Okay, can we have roll call, please?
Bernie Grant. Peter Creel is excused. Medina Atchison. Jackson Paul. Jeff Jar. Brian Cullen.
Enough for a quorum. Moving ahead, approval of agenda. Do I have any action on this item?
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the agenda as presented.
We have a motion and support to approve the agenda as presented. Do we have any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by aye. Aye. We also have before us two books, one for the minutes of April 22nd, 2026. Do we have any action on that?
I make a motion that we approve the regular meeting minutes of April 22, 26.
Support.
We have a motion and support to approve the minutes from April 22nd, 2026. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by aye. Aye. Moving ahead, approval minutes from the regular meeting of May 13th, 2026. Do I have any action concerning this item?
Mr. Chair, move to approve the minutes of May 13th, 2026 as presented.
Support.
Excuse me, we have a motion and support for approving the minutes of the regular meeting of May 13th, 2026. Do we have any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank our secretary for doing an excellent job on putting together the minutes. They're very long, but they're also very accurate. Thank you. I know it was a lot of effort.
Thank you. And any other comments? Seeing none, all in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
Okay, moving ahead, correspondence.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
my microphone, and I'm not sure if this is on. I'm wondering, can the audience hear us? Okay,
Okay.
great. Thank you. Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
No problem. Okay, do we have any correspondence?
Through the chair, I have no correspondence tonight.
Okay, announcements. The city of Belleville and Sumter Township both have upcoming planning commission meetings on June 11th, which is tomorrow, 2026. Next item up for this evening is general public comment. It is at this time, if you would like to make a comment about any item not contained in our agenda this evening, we reserve that right for comments on those items at the time the item is brought up. If we have any comments, please feel free to step forward to the microphone, introduce yourself, and speak.
3 minutes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, we have a 3-minute maximum of time.
I won't take 3 minutes of your time, I promise. I just want to commend this commission for the job they do as a service to our community. And
Could you introduce yourself, please?
Jay Marshall, I assumed
Okay.
you knew me. I apologize.
Well, for the,
CJ Marshall, I live across the street at Ryegrass, or I'm 46-158 Reedgrass Lane. I just moved in there. It's hard to remember my address already. I wanted to make a comment about the last meeting that we had here. There was a lot of dissension. A lot of people are upset, rightfully so, with the data center. You people had a lot of arrows flung in your way, which wasn't quite appropriate, and I don't understand necessarily the division in this community over it. I understand nobody wants the data center. However, this commission is challenged with the obligation of determining whether or not a property is being used according to the zoning and the requirements of the building permits. And if you do your job and you honestly approach the, in this case, unsatisfactory position for everybody in this community, it's difficult to fight it. But I understand that you have to determine whether or not it meets the criteria. That's your only responsibility. And the majority of the board did the responsible thing last time, and they voted yes for the proposed development. You have no choice. Some people wanted us to be challenging this development and would take on a responsibility of a lawsuit for the township, which is utterly ridiculous because our taxes will pay for it. And it's not the honest thing to do, and it's not the legal thing to do. So I commend you people that voted yes on that. I don't like it. I don't like the data center. Nobody wants one in their community, but you have to do it legally. The two gentlemen here on the end that voted no on that, I understand that you have a moral or an ethical problem with that. But you know, you leave that at home. When you come to this commission, you have to do what is responsible for the community. Excuse me. You have to do what is responsible for the community, and you have to do what is legally right for the zoning of that property. And if you don't want to vote for something, you should have a reason, a legitimate reason to vote no. If you're just doing it for showmanship, that doesn't pay it, okay? This commission is important. And I want to know why you voted no. You should explain yourself why you voted no when it met all the criteria for the development. I don't like it, but if I was a commissioner, I would have decided with the other commissioners before I came into this room how I was going to vote, and I'd have a legitimate reason to vote no. I'd like to know what your legitimate reason was. Just because you didn't like it? I didn't like it. Nobody likes it, but that's not a reason for this commission to decide to vote it down. If you got a good reason, I'd like to know what it is, both Grant and, I can't pronounce his name, Paul.
The time, sir.
Can you give us a reason why you voted against it?
Your time, Mr. Marshall.
Before the vote last week or last month.
The
I didn't
time,
hear a statement.
They can go back and watch the video.
I didn't get a response.
time. They're supposed to respond through me, not, yeah.
Hi, my name is David Harwood. Just as it's kind of actually as a question. So Article 4, Section 7 allots us for 5 minutes per talking. Is there a reason why we reduced to 3?
That's what I've been instructed that they're doing at the township level on the township board, and they wanted us to follow along with what they've prescribed.
The Planning Commission rules and procedures as of today states that it's 5 minutes per time. So if we could please have that allotted for the rest of the night, I'd appreciate it.
I've got to follow what I was directed by the supervisor. We're
Okay,
holding
so
3. I
Article-
apologize on
Article
that.
4, Section 7 has not been amended since 2015, states 5 minutes with allotted 3 minutes afterwards if there's additional time after everyone else has spoken. It's been since like about January, I've noticed that, and we haven't changed that every meeting, so there hasn't been a change to the decorum or what the actual procedures are, so if it needs to change, awesome, but until then, unless an addendum is made or noted at the beginning, I'd recommend that we maintain that. So, thanks.
Linda Stakely, I live over in Sheldon, and I have a question. What are you going to do with the wildlife? Because since Delanus came in and Crossroads is redoing whatever they're doing, and now the data center, I currently have one raccoon that is tearing off the siding of my house. I have groundhogs that have dug literally all the way around my house twice, and we're trying to get rid of them. I have an opossum that, well, actually, it's a couple of opossums. Don't know what to do with them. I now have 3 skunks to deal with. And on top of that, I have a mallard, which she's been coming for 20 years, and never once has she made a nest in our yard. 3 days ago, I discovered that she had a nest of 10 to 12 eggs right by our bedroom window between the generator and my rhubarb patch. And I wouldn't have known about her except I went out to pick rhubarb, which I'm no longer going to do. But what are we going to do with all this wildlife? Oh, yes, and we've never in 38 years had a turkey in our yard. And the other day we had a hen and 2 males in our yard. And that's not to mention the deer that comes by. So what are you guys going to do about the wildlife? And you're going to do this data center, and that's going to just appropriate more animals? No answers?
at this time, I don't have one. It's something that can be looked into and taken care of at a later time. I don't have an answer concerning the wildlife at this time.
Yeah, had you even considered what happens to
Well,
them?
I've noticed at my house, which is on here in River Drive, I've got turkeys and geese and ducks, and groundhogs and squirrels and chipmunks and around that I haven't had in quite a while, in 50 years of living there.
Yeah, Victoria Maley. So I came because I was told that the Waverly project was going to be discussed tonight. Of course, it was going to be discussed a couple weeks ago, but it was rescheduled for tonight. When is it going to be?
Through
Director
the
Edwards, do you have an answer for that?
yes,
Yeah,
through the
River
chair.
Specialist.
That, as of right now, is being postponed until the July 22nd meeting. I will send out the 300-foot notice with the 14 days prior to the meeting. If it moves or anything like that, I will wait to send notices out. If anything happens and it gets postponed again, the 300-foot notices will go out to everybody within 300 feet, and it will be posted in the independent newspaper.
Because the general consensus is you've already made up your mind, so you're not going to even.
No, that's not true. That has not come up yet. There is discussion concerning the documentation that's out there.
Okay, thanks.
Mhm.
Good evening, Planning Commission. My name is Andrew Winnie. And first of all, I want to thank you very much for letting us know in the mail about this development. Had we not gotten this, we might not have been here and heard about what's going on at Waverly. So that was very, very important, and thank you for doing that. I'm here tonight to respectfully ask you to look at and deny this proposed 285 rental units, 92 single-family homes of the former Harbor Hub Golf Course. And I also ask that the township slow down and conduct a complete review of the historical approvals, recorded documents, easements, covenants, developments, agreements, and planning commitments associated with this property before making any decisions. This is much more than a zoning issue. It is a planned development issue. The golf course land now proposed for all these new addresses is identified in recorded documents for more than 50 years as a golf course, clubhouse, driving range, tennis courts, recreation facilities serving the Lemon Tree Harbor Club and our community. This property was never treated as vacant land. It was proposed from the start as an integrated planned community consisting of apartments, recreational amenities, and open space. One of the earliest mortgage documents I located, dated June 5th, 1972, describes the project consisting of 292 apartments, a golf course, swimming pool, and clubhouse. The golf course was not an afterthought. It was one of the defining features of the original development, and it was incorporated into the project from the beginning. It was built first. In fact, the original document that I got from December 7th, 1968, the land contract between Martha Jolick, the seller, and Frank and Viola Volk, the buyer, specifically references the golf course. The agreement states that the purchaser shall not have possession of the lands for any other purpose whatsoever than that of a golf course. I'm not gonna have enough time. That was given to me from the township in some of the records that was given to me on another document. Those words need to be carefully reviewed before this community permanently loses nearly 100 acres of recreational open space. This historical record shows that the township approved an integrated planned community at densities that would not otherwise have been approved because the project included extensive recreational amenities and open space features. The developer received an approval to construct 1,150 apartments at the density level of 19 units per acre. That's one of the highest ones in the township. The golf course, clubhouse, all the other things were part of the over package. And for decades, the township itself repeatedly identified Lemon Tree Harbor Club as a recreational and open space asset serving the community. Township master plans, recreational inventories, facility and analysts, planning documents consistently recognize this property as private recreation. So for over 50 years, every major owner, lender, investor, appraiser, and township planning document treated this golf course as an integral component of the development. It supported the value of the apartments, enhanced the character of our
Winnie?
community, and provided recreational opportunities. Can I come back up and finish this when I'm allowed to come back up?
Then you'll have a minute and a half rebuttal once everybody else is complete.
I almost got that much.
Okay.
When do you want to read this?
Time has not changed from one person to another.
But I have all these documents, and I want to share them with you guys so you can really, really dive into this because there's a lot more to uncover. Thank you.
Mhm. General comment time. I get 3 minutes, not 5, right? Right.
Yeah, my name is Dave Murphy. I live east of the Waverly and west of the bridge that'll someday be open. My question is, Andy seems to have a lot of documentation on to originally build this golf course had to exist or be, so if there was an agreement to build this with that included, where is your copy of that agreement?
That I don't know, sir.
You don't know?
That
would've-
information has not been provided to us.
But who would have that? Aren't all the records kept here?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
It's not my.
Because if there's a project this big, and to build the original project, this had to be a golf course. That's got to be on record somewhere. I mean, when you buy a house, all of it's on record. So if I'm hearing you right, you don't know where your copy of that record is.
Correct.
All right. Well, then technically nothing can be built because you got to prove that document doesn't exist, right?
That again, that information has not been provided to us for me to provide an answer at this time.
All right. Yeah. And also, I don't even know, until you get that straight, there's no need to have a zoning vote. We got to vote on something you can't build. Okay. I think my time's up. 3 minutes.
Anyone else?
Construction doesn't happen in a bubble. So
Could you introduce yourself, please?
my name is Jessica Kruger. I was a resident of Van Buren Township for 10 years or more. And I really liked living here, but I'm really glad to not be living here now in light of what I'm seeing and hearing happening. Construction doesn't happen in a bubble. Maybe alone, some of the impacts of this construction on its constituents could have been mitigated. However, you need to look at and consider seriously what else is happening in this area. To my knowledge, there are 7 data centers being developed in or near a Van Buren within a 15-mile radius of this site. And the thing about data centers that no one wants to talk about is that they create measurable heat sinks. One data center can raise the temperature around it for miles by 1 degree during the day and 3 degrees at night. A global data center tracking temperatures near them has charted up to 6-degree increases. And there are 7 of them within the proposed within 15 miles of the proposed location. So you're talking about putting a very potentially flammable and known for having fire hazards and other such vulnerabilities in the middle of right next to a gas station and right next to your farms, where the temperature is already going to be rising by up to multiple degrees. This is an environmental hazard, and if you allow the land to be developed for that use, you are knowingly, willfully endangering the lives, properties, and prospects of your constituents. Thank you.
Hi, it's me talking, not him. Victoria Bondi. I just moved here about 2 months ago, and it's been kind of crazy. The first month it was about the data center, and that's actually not even why I'm here. But I'll talk about the data center really quick. I wanted to say thank you to the 2 that actually said no on the board. I wanted to circle back to the first comment that was made during this open discussion of I actually disagree with what was said. Hold on, honey. That you guys should be speaking for the people and you guys represent the people. So I just wanted to make that comment because I think that that's important from a government standpoint. So I just wanted to say thank you since somebody said the opposite. So thank you.
Hello. It's been a couple weeks. My name is Jen Smith. I am a resident of Van Buren Township, and I am just here today, even though I know this is not a Board of Trustees meeting. I'm just here today to announce that we have officially started the process of recalling the Township Board. And the hearing will happen on June 23rd in downtown Detroit at Coleman A. Young. I will post in the Facebook group. Sorry, I cannot remember the group name. Thank you. Stop the Data Center 48111. If anyone would like to join that Facebook group, please do. I will be starting a committee hearing, or I'm sorry, a committee for purposely for the recall. If anyone would like to help, you know where to find me on Facebook, and I'll also post the Zoom. So thank you.
Anyone else?
Well, I would like, Andrew Winnie again, I'd like to put this letter that I wrote that I'm trying to get through, but I don't have enough time on record, so I'll give you guys all a copy of this. But I think it's important for the Planning Commission to carefully consider whether density originally granted this project was justified, or at least by part of the existence of the golf course and recreational amenities. If those amenities are removed and replaced with hundreds of additional residence units, that fundamentally changes the character of the development that originally started. Today, the applicant seeks to retain the benefits of the original approvals while eliminating the very recreational amenity and open space features that helped justify those approvals in the first place. That's not right. At a minimum, this raises questions. What role did the golf course and recreational facilities play in obtaining the original approvals? Were these recreational amenities intended to be permanent components of the development? Do the recorded easements, covenants, and agreements continue to affect the property today? Can the density benefits granted decades ago be separated from the recreational amenities upon which these approvals were based? These questions deserve answers before any rezoning or planning approval is considered. Once this 97 acres of historic recreation open space golf course are developed, they can never be restored. I respectfully request that the Planning Commission require the applicant to demonstrate the original development commitments, easements, covenants, restrictions, and recreational obligations no longer apply before approving any proposal that would permanently eliminate this long-standing asset. This community deserves a complete and transparent review before a 50-year-old recreational amenity is replaced with more density. I don't think we need 377 more rental homes and communities. And I don't think anybody else here with me would agree with that. So please take the time, review the original documents, the recorded agreements, and the historical planning records before making any decision that cannot be undone. And I will share with you the stacks of, I've got all the easements from day one, and I've got the deeds, covenants. I've spent a lot of times at Wayne County Record of Deeds, and I want to share that all with you so we can make an educated decision that makes sense for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to reclaim my minute and a half. These data centers are a real problem for our state of Michigan. And the reason they're coming to Michigan is because we have fresh water. We have the largest freshwater lake in the world, Lake Superior. And they want to steal our water for these data centers. And it's a shame because a little bit of scientific investigation, you think they could come up with a closed water system like an automobile has a radiator. And instead of discharging all this polluted water back into our sewer system, which is going to have to be cleaned by the city of Detroit and then recirculated. There's a lot of things about the data center that the state of Michigan has dropped the ball on. It's not the township to drop the ball, it's the state of Michigan. And it's happening everywhere in Michigan. It's not just our community. We were late to the ball game. It's a shame that this has happened. We didn't have any protection, but it's here and we have to make the best of it. And I believe you are doing your job. Hopefully the Board of Trustees will do a job for us and protect us, but it's almost a little bit late. The other comment I'd like to make is Dan Selman did an excellent job of fixing the sound for this meeting this evening. I got a call this week over at my home across the street, and we had a conversation, and we had it actually on live television on Channel 12, and we were testing the system with Comcast while I was listening to it, and it came across 100% clear. So I'd like to thank Dan Selman for his efforts and Comcast, and also the young lady that was with Don Selman who helped. And it is a clear broadcast now. I only came here tonight because there was a topic here that was important to our community, and I'd like to support these people. And I want to thank the board for doing a commendable job on all these decisions. However, you have to deal with what the board gives you, and hopefully they'll do a good job of siphoning some of these problems away from us. But if you want to point the finger, point it at the government in Lansing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Through the chair, I would like you to ask Mr. Winnie if he's turned in all his documentation to our township, to Ron Akers.
Mr. Winnie, have you
Is my
provided the information to Director Akers? The information that you have?
Through the chair.
Make him go to the
I
microphone.
think I can order part of that because, as you know, Andy, the attorney that you were working with has brought it in, and we has shared a lot of what you're talking about, and we're very much aware of what some of those records have that you show that has always been open space. We have looked at other plat maps that has showed that has always been open space. So we are definitely not going to do anything that you folks don't know about, and you will always be kept informed of where that's going.
And time is definitely needed to address all that and understand that. I'm glad that got canceled the last meeting because you wouldn't have had time to understand anything. So thank God for that.
Mr. Chairman, if I can make a comment, I'm not familiar with the documents on the Waverly project because it hasn't formally hit the Planning Commission agenda yet. Normally, the flow of these documents is that when it lands on our agenda formally, we get handed a stack of all the paperwork to review with our highlighters and to make sure that everything is in line. But so far, the Waverly project has been pulled from every agenda, I think because staff feels we're still in an information gathering phase about it. I know that there are concerns about documents missing, rights and covenants. I'm sure that when the information's available and staff does get this on our agenda, we'll have a stack to review. And I saw how big your stack is, and I want you to know I read everything that comes through this desk. I will see it when it hits our agenda, and I will read it. I like to think they do, ma'am. Mr. Chairman, I also had a comment on the wildlife. We do have, for any resident, if there are concerns about wildlife or even domestic animals on the property, we have an animal control officer that you can consult and call into the township. And if the wildlife is a problem on your property, please call animal control. I know I've had to do it for opossums before, and they're very responsive. I've found them to be very responsive. That's it, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Comments?
Feedback because you said it a little quietly. They don't respond to her. So for your awareness.
Okay.
I'm back again. So, once again, my name is David Harwood. So this is actually a letter that I wrote 27 days ago to the township in itself. I have not had a response back. There was no, thanks for sending, good luck, Godspeed, get bent, nothing. So I'm going to read it here. So, Dear Van Buren Charter Township, it is with profound indignation that I submit the formal correspondence regarding the board's recent decisions. You have not merely failed your constituents, but you have actively participated in the dismantling of the community you were sworn to protect. The board's recent approvals, this is, mind you, the approval that was made on this board that day, 2 nays. The board's approvals serve as a bleak testament as to where the loyalties truly lie by prioritizing corporate expansion over the well-being of the local families. You have effectively liquidated the primary financial assets of your residents, their homes, and to accommodate short-term corporate gains. The environmental and social impact of these decisions has permanently altered the landscape of this township, and for the worse. Your role is to act as stewards of the land. Instead, you have acted as facilitators to industrial greed. To be clear, the residents of this township see this for exactly what it is. Each signature and approval or yay is a middle finger to every family that has invested their lives and savings into this community. While you may find the current positions comfortable, with legacy and one of incompetence and spinelessness, you have traded the soul of this township for corporate favor, and the contempt the community holds that this board is earned to absolute. With all lack of respect, myself.
We still in public comment?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it hasn't finished yet.
I didn't mean to jump in front there. Usually we do
No.
our comments last. I'm sorry, sir.
That's all right.
Good evening. Do I have permission to speak, Chair? I wanted to address something that I think is very important because
Excuse me, Ms. Crick, we know you. Would you please?
Kirkowski
Thank
and
you.
I live in Van Buren Township. I don't like to give my address as the formal request is given because
That's
you don't
fine.
like your address given either. So I just wanted to make a comment because I heard it. This isn't why I came up to talk, but when I hear we will inform you, this is how we get to this problem where we're looking at recalls. I don't know that the community is requesting to be informed. We're requesting to be part of the process, part of the planning. We live in a community where we expect it to be somewhat rural. We expect to live by a lake with good, friendly neighbors, and instead, we're dealing with all kinds of industry that I think most of us really don't want. So we don't want to be informed. We want to be included. We want to be a part of the process. We want to go back to the will of the people. Words matter. So the reason why I'm standing here is I'm wondering, as the Planning Commission, when will you be informed, when and how the 1.7 excess, because we already know the monstrosities that are coming our way,
but we don't know how they're going to be powered. We know that this meeting today is about a BESS, and I have to not talk about that right now, but the question is, how is Google going to supply that 1.7 additional gigawatts of power? They say solar. Where's that going? It's like 9,000 acres that it takes to power, anything of any substantial amount that's 1.7 gigawatts. Where's that going? Where are the best systems going to support this? I really would appreciate an answer, and I don't want to be informed about that answer because it could impact every single one of us sitting here, including the person who made that comment who maybe didn't want the power lines going through her backyard either. So if we could please just be careful with that extra 1.7. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good evening, Board. My name is Sean House. I'm a former resident of Van Buren Township of 12 years. I have 3 children that still live within Van Buren Township. For all of the reasons that people have listed here and many, many more, I oppose this data center. This data center is going to be a draw on our utilities. It's going to be a draw on electricity, and it's caused problems in other communities, which it happens. I spent 12 years in the late 90s and early 2000s as a political activist and got dropped out of that to raise a family. You guys have reawoken me. So my purpose here today is to say that I oppose that. I oppose the draw of the electricity and the utilities. There's no valid reason why we need to have a Van Buren Township data center, or any in Michigan for that matter. But I can tell you from years of being a political activist that you're seeing just about 2% of the people who could make it here tonight to speak to you. A vast majority of people here in Van Buren Township oppose this kind of thing, and I'm asking that you do not allow that. Whatever your process, whatever your portion is in the process, we ask that you reject that and send it somewhere else, preferably far away from here. Thank you.
Anyone else? Just take a deep breath.
Okay. Hi, I'm Kim Dybicki. I have lived in Belleville, Van Buren Township my entire life. I live on Denton Road and hole 7 on the golf course, dogleg right, was my backyard. We purchased it 22 years ago. It was our dream home. It was everything that we wanted and more for our kids to grow up on. And my heart aches when I hear all the conversation of what's going on, and it would be right behind my backyard. We have cut the easement grass ourselves for 22 years. I feel like that's my land. And I truly, truly, truly feel like it should be left alone. And I just hope that you guys will really consider all of those things. Thank you.
And when I played that course, I appreciated that because I was over there in the rough a lot. Anybody else? Okay, seeing none, we'll move ahead. Public comment, general comment is closed. We don't have a public hearing tonight, but we do have old business before us. It is item number 1, case 25040, battery energy storage system, or the BESS. It's a special land use request and preliminary site plan approval. Do we have an update from the township staff? Ms. Williams, I got it right this time.
Thank you. I'll never correct you though, so it's okay.
You're welcome to.
I believe Lauren and Paul do not have any updates for this meeting, correct? It was just fire department?
Nothing has changed from the previous review.
Correct, okay. So if Andy Lenahan would like to come up, our fire marshal, if we had questions from the last meeting, he would like us to ask him all of the questions so we can get all of the updated answers.
Andy Lenahan, Deputy Fire Chief, Van Buren Township. Here to answer any questions that came about from the last meeting back in May.
Okay, commissioners?
Yeah, through the chair. So either this may be for the applicant, possibly for you. Is there an evacuation or shelter in place plan in place or required for this facility for residents either within a certain radius or for employees of the facility?
You know, there's no set evacuation distance in place. Any kind of evacuation or shelter in place is going to be determined by air monitoring and a plume analysis. We're in the process now of replacing our air monitors, going from 2 monitors to 4, and getting monitors that are compatible with the Western Wayne Hazmat Team. Upon our deployment to a fire at this facility, in addition to taking a defensive stance and not putting the fire out, we would deploy firefighters downwind of this, starting at probably 300, 500 feet. It depends which way the wind's blowing, and start monitoring the air. Also, what would take place at a fire would be the contacting of the Western Wayne Hazmat Team and the EPA, who both can do some high-level air monitoring and plume analysis. And based on all that, on those factors, we would and the size of the fire, we would determine at that point, are we going to shelter in place and or evacuate, and how far out?
Is there, I'm sorry, is there any additional training or PPE required?
PPE, no, because when it comes to a fire in one of these, we're not going to be in the smoke. You know, these are outdoor units. You know, they're not in buildings, and if we're in the smoke, we're in the wrong spot. So PPE wise, no, we're going to be always upwind. As far as training, yeah, we're going to need site-specific training for this facility, and not just us. It's got to have to include, because of where it's located, it's going to have to include Ypsi Township, Augusta, Belleville, and Sumter, because they're all right there. Yeah, that's training they're going to have to, the applicant's going to have to put on, and it's going to have to be on a yearly basis, ongoing training.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, I think on our action items, was there supposed to be an update from the applicant too? I don't know if we called them.
I apologize, I didn't step in. Do you have any updates for us?
Questions?
We'll have some more questions for you, but let him bring it up. I missed a step. Are the TVs on?
Yeah, we turned him on before. It should turn on when he turns his
Okay.
computer on. If it doesn't, I can. Of course, it's not going to.
Plugged in yet? Well, now there we go. I got the.
Good evening, Planning Commission and Township staff. My name is Sam Casano. I am the lead developer for the Staghorn Battery Storage Project. I am representing RWE. At the last meeting, the board requested additional clarity and hard data on specific operational aspects of our project, namely fire safety. We took the postponement decision seriously, and tonight we're here to present our findings and show how we can safely implement this project into Van Buren Township. So with that, I'll move into a quick agenda. I wanted to refresh some of the information on our sound study and sound mitigation. I wanted to go over some fire safety and operational data for battery storage projects.
Excuse me just a second. Could we?
Mr. Chairman, just for clarification, we can't shut that door. It's a violation of the Open Meetings Act. But if we can't hear what you're saying, we also can't continue. So our staff has stepped outside for a moment to ask people to move and carry on their conversations a little further down the hall. We should resume the meeting in
No
just a
worries.
minute. People need to be able to come in and out of freely. Seem pretty good?
Yeah. Is it, can the audience, can you hear his response at this point? Have we quieted it down enough out there?
And into the microphone.
Can you guys, okay, definitely hear me there. Okay. Well, I wanted to refresh the sound study and some of our sound mitigation tactics. I wanted to go into some fire safety and operational data for battery storage projects. And then I wanted to give a summary of our land use and zoning application and then open it up to questions. So with that, the sound study conducted by RSG confirms the project meets the ordinance requirement of 55 dBAs at the property line. I know there were some concerns about that after we gave the presentation. We modeled the sound levels at the nearest 3 residents. We found 44 dBAs to the northeast, 55 dBAs to the residents immediately adjacent to our parcel to the west, and then 45 dBAs at the Augusta Woods community to the southwest. And this modeling assumes that all units are operating at full peak capacity equivalent to summer conditions. Further, we did and conducted an ambient noise level survey. So we modeled the average nighttime noise levels in and around this project area. And what we found was the existing ambient sound levels are higher than the project when it's operating at peak capacity. So we do not project a significant impact to sound in this area. And moving into the bulk, so the safety FAQs, I wanted to start with what's the risk of a fire happening? So data from 2012 pulls cell failure data, and it shows that there's anywhere from between a 1 in 10 million to 1 in 40 million chance of an individual cell failing. And we would expect in 2026, there's a significant lift in these probabilities given a shift to safer technologies. But our layers of protection don't stop there. There are several layers beyond just the data around cell failure, starting with our battery management system. So our projects are equipped with a BMS, which monitors every single cell continuously down to the cell level and can cut out power to the project if it's noticing any abnormalities. And working hand in hand with that is the thermal management system. And so that regulates temperatures across the entire enclosure and down to the cell level as well. In addition to these automated softwares, we've got a 24/7 remote monitoring facility where any alerts from the project can be flagged for human intervention and automated responses if needed. So further, there's also equipment tied to these projects that are specialized for gas detection and ventilation to ensure safe operations as well. So we can't say that there is zero chance of a fire happening at this project, but we aren't just planning for safe operations. We have an engineered system and are presenting an engineered system that where if there was a minor component failure, we're not looking at it escalating into a community event with all these layers of safety. And so beyond the risk, if like I just talked about, there is an incredibly low risk, but if it did happen, is there a potential for thermal runaway from container to container with fires? And that's what we have the UL 9540A. So it consistently demonstrates that there's no propagation between these units. So what it proves out is if in the very, very rare event we do see a fire, it's contained to that one enclosure. And if you look at a lot of this data, most of the time it doesn't even spread to the entire enclosure. It's just one portion of it. And on top of that, NYSERDA and these UL 9540A studies, they confirm that these fires from battery projects are very similar to common plastic or commercial fires. And to Jackson's question around evacuation plans, the EPA guidance for battery storage fires is to set an isolation zone of 330 feet. And the way that we designed this project is that 330 feet would remain within the project boundary, given the setbacks. But on top of this, we still plan for evacuation if these events occur, and we had developed an ESRP plan co-signed by the fire marshal and yearly trainings, just to ensure that we have a response if something were to happen, and it's staying up to date with the current safety guidelines. And again, the fire department has reviewed our plan. It was the first, we engaged the township staff, but then also subsequently the fire department over a year ago. We wanted to ensure that they could ask their questions, were up to speed on the technology, and give them a chance to review this. And in the last site plan or staff review, the township approved our site plan, and we had added 2 additional fire hydrants on site on the property. Some further health and safety FAQs. People were asking if you would hear a constant hum from these batteries. The answer is no. The project will remain compliant with the 55 dBAs at the property line. And given Rossonville Road, the train tracks, and other noise emitting things in the area, we wouldn't expect an impact to that sound. And a lot of folks were also asking, what are the batteries powering? The power will inject directly onto the local grid to be used by the people, businesses, and industries in and around Van Buren Township. Also, again, another question from the meeting is, what was our sewage plan? So when we applied for sewage, that's for our O&M building, and so that's a sink and a bathroom to support the O&M building. And any waste from battery coolant would be handled by certified technicians and disposed at the proper facility. And to go further, what a special land use is versus what it's not. Special land use is the permission from the Planning Commission and approving this location for critical electrical infrastructure. This project is located immediately adjacent to a high voltage substation and makes for the perfect place for a utility scale battery storage project. It also establishes the safety guidelines and the limits and conditions we're legally bound to follow. It also helps us trigger detailed engineering. So now we can invest more into more detailed engineering, and that would then go in front of the fire department, building department for further review. What a SUP is not, is it does not authorize the construction of our project. It does not bypass the fire marshal to continue to review and audit our plans, and it's not an exemption from commissioning. So once we go and build these projects, there's further mandatory safety testing. There's multi-agency acceptance testing. Multiple parties need to sign off on this project before it comes online, remote monitoring verification, and full emergency response training. And finally, a summary of our application. Our project, as you can see, the setbacks are far exceeded. Sound requirements are met, or in some places exceeded. There's little to no operational traffic from our project, and an incredibly minimal use of public utilities. The visual impact from our project will be significantly mitigated through the use of green belts, berms, and noise walls. And I just want to say, well, PA 233 and the state provides like the regulatory framework for these projects. Our goal from day one has been to work locally with Van Buren Township, and we're very excited about that. And this is part of the reason why we specifically engaged the fire department very early on in the process. We see this as a very long-term partnership, as this project will be around for 20 years. So happy to address any and all concerns, and happy to open it up to any further questions. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now, commissioners, I'm sorry, I jumped the gun a little earlier. Questions, comments?
The chair. What is the construction of the wall?
Could you repeat that one more time?
What is the construction or what makes up the wall that will be above the berm?
Oh, gotcha. It's typical sound wall material. I don't have a piece of it, but I could probably go back and show you the pictures. We're incorporating a stone facade to it, so it sort of blends in to the community. But I don't know exactly what the material of the sound wall is.
Do you have the pictures? Do you have pictures you can show?
So we'd be incorporating the stone element to the facade of the. But if you looked from last meeting, where you could see some of those renderings of the wall, like the parcel is so significantly screened with the existing vegetation and our green belt screening and the green belt buffer, the sound wall is likely not going to be visible from many angles of the project.
And does that run all along Rossonville Road? Does it go around the corner on March Road?
No, so there's separate areas where the sound wall is in place. It runs along Rossonville Road, but there's sort of gaps where it's just fencing. But again, significantly screened.
Commissioner Jarrett?
Mr. Chairman, at the last meeting, I know that it was late and my memory of it is foggy. But I know that we were discussing at that meeting the special land use aspect of this when we decided it needed to be postponed for more input from the fire marshal. I gotta admit, I don't remember. Did we see the site plan presentation from staff? I know that the information is unchanged, the letters are unchanged, but I don't remember if we actually had the oral presentation from staff regarding the site plan itself. And since this action item is both special land use and preliminary site plan approval, hey, if we had it and I just don't remember it, I read it, but I'm wondering if staff or our consultants could comment on that. Do you guys feel that you've given your information to us orally?
Sure. Through the chair, we did not get to the site plan last meeting. I believe we did postpone at the special land use.
So, Mr. Chairman, I think that since they have not actually given us the site plan presentation, that I understand it's unchanged from the previous meeting, the information in the packet, but I'd like to give our consultants an opportunity to bring us back as a group and remind us what the site looks like, put it up, point out where the wall is, point out where the berm is. Let's talk about the retaining ponds. We didn't actually get to talk about that part in the last meeting.
Right.
And we need to talk about it in this action item.
Absolutely.
So I hate to say, let's go back to update from township staff, but I think we need that update from township staff,
Yes.
if the commission agrees.
I agree.
Me too.
I agree.
right,
Ms. Sayre?
Thank you, Chair Cullen. So the site plan for this site is located in the M1 Light Industrial Zoning District at the southwest corner of the township. It is bordered by the Ag Zoning District as well as the M2 and M1 parcels. The applicant's proposing to split off the bottom part of the parcel that fronts Bemis Road, and just use I guess, the top portion of it as shown on the first page. So in reviewing for the site plan standards, of course, the lot split would be a condition of final site plan approval. The dimensional requirements, again, they meet the requirements. We just want the exact setbacks for the O&M building to be provided. We can see the setback buffer, but we want to see where they're proposing to actually put that. The building height's also not provided. The rendering shows it's 1 story, so we don't anticipate that being a concern, but we would like that provided in the site plan. In terms of access and circulation, there was a traffic memorandum provided, but we would defer to the township engineer on that item, as well as the fire marshal for any emergency access or fire truck access. Additionally, they are not proposing to pave Martz Road, since Martz Road is currently, they're not proposing sidewalk. Since the Martz Road is not paved, Planning Commission can allow for deferment into a fund to be executed if Martz Road should be paved in the future. Additionally, the applicant is providing 7 parking spaces for employees for the O&M building. That is the only building that will have staff. It won't have staff full-time, but the applicant has indicated that there will be 2 employees on site each day and that it would not exceed 7. But the Planning Commission shall decide if that anticipated 7 spaces are adequate. Regarding the landscaping, they are providing the appropriate amount of frontage landscaping, parking lot screening, green belts. Again, the green belt widths are noted in the landscape summary. We'd like that to be shown on the site plan. The applicant also provided along the south property line, they provided buffer B, which is actually more intense than buffer A. They only require buffer A since it's the same zoning, so that's in excess. So we just want that clarified on the site plan that A is actually the one required. And we also want to ensure that the mechanical screening around the equipment of the O&M building, it's going to adequately screen it. We did not see that screening in some of the renderings. Just want to make sure, again, that's on the site plan and clear. And then finally, in terms of maintenance irrigation, that they have to be provided with automatic underground irrigation. Again, Planning Commission has the authority to waive this, but we wouldn't, as we do feel that landscaping and maintaining those healthy vegetation is important for the screening, which is, again, an important component of this plan to not impact adjacent properties adversely. The trash enclosure, they're providing a single dumpster. We would like details on what exactly the materials are. Typically, we see elevations for the trash enclosures as well that we would like. And in terms of any specific use standards for best facilities, the only outstanding thing, signage must comply with the fire marshal. They did note for the vegetation and tree cut that a mitigation is provided. The landscape plan doesn't include or note any tree replacement, so we would like that noted. They are only removing 12 of the 209 trees, which is not a significant portion of the existing trees on the site. The decommissioning bond or fund must be provided. Again, this is a condition that we would want attached to any site plan approval, but is something that would be done administratively. And again, Planning Commission has the discretion to modify standards to reduce or require additional screening if they feel that what's provided is not adequately screening the site. There were also some discrepancies in the packet of the elevation of the O&M building with the exterior materials. Some renderings had it shown with the stone returned only halfway up. I believe some had it all the way. But again, overall, as you might have noticed, a lot of the outstanding items were around the O&M building, which is not something that it's an accessory structure functionally for the primary use of the BES on site. All of those items are in the recommendation, so I won't repeat them back to you, but our recommendation would be to preliminarily approve the preliminary site plan, as we feel like the items that are outstanding are minor and achievable. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kamer.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I always like to point out or note that this time, from an engineering standpoint, we're looking at the feasibility of the engineering based on the application as presented. So I'll try to briefly go over our comments. This is from our letter dated May 4th, 2026. General comments about the applicant confirming if any eagle permitting are required, if any of the wetlands are being impacted. Also, any work for Wayne County permitting based on any work in Rawsonville Road will be required. From a utility standpoint, as mentioned on the site, from a water usage standpoint, they are proposing a 1-inch domestic water service to their building to supply their bathroom, as well as 2 hydrants or leads for the hydrants, which will connect to the township water main, which runs on the east side of Rawsonville Road. No major comments other than the permits that will be needed per Eagle for water, public water main, and an easement that will be needed to be granted to the township for those water mains on site. And obviously, any fire protection or hydrant coverage would be approved by the township fire marshal. Sanitary service, I know that was one of the comments I think that was brought up. The township does not have sanitary service adjacent to this site. There's actually multiple properties along Rawsonville Road that actually tap into adjacent community sites through agreements with those communities. And maybe the applicant at the can touch base on if they've had any progress with talking with the adjacent communities. We don't feel that this is a major red flag, but it is something that needs to be worked out so that they do have sanitary service for those bathrooms on site. I think the biggest outlying issue, or the biggest issue for us, is with the stormwater management on the site. Obviously, as you can see, within the site plan, there are, it shows, I mean, what looks to be 4 ponds, but technically it's really 3. The ponds on the west are 1. They're connected by a equalization pipe.
Like a culvert?
Yep, like a culvert. So the ponds on the left or the west side of the site act as 1 larger pond with that access drive, going over a culvert. Their stormwater management plan will direct runoff to these 3 basins via overland sheet flow, some ditches, some culverts. The big item here, kind of the outlying issue, is the 2 basins around the BES facility are technically retention ponds, meaning they collect water, they don't technically discharge. They don't have a metered discharge. According to township standards, retention ponds are only permitted if there's no drains or natural drainage courses discharging around or nearby within a reasonably available to the developer. The township has granted these in the past. That being said, retention ponds take up a large a larger footprint than a detention pond, and ultimately will be the county's decision as to what they allow as the county oversees stormwater management within the township. So based on the layout that they currently show, we don't see any major issue with whether it's a retention or a detention pond. It's something that we can work out through both final and engineering approval. Again, a detention pond would shrink the footprint of the pond, and they'd likely be subject to putting in a pump that would pump the water to the adjacent drains on site. Again, those conversations should be had with the county earlier than later. We had a similar situation with the Clover Community Senior Center up here, which they worked out a solution that best fit the township and the adjacent properties, because that's ultimately, we want to make sure that the adjacent properties are maintained in the same manner they are now. For paving and grading, as I mentioned, the applicant will need to get a permit from the county for their drives. And then the only other minor comment we had is with the concrete pavement. The concrete pavement on the site in front of the on-site building stops before the dumpster enclosure, and we had worried about potential disruption of the aggregate and maybe extending that concrete pavement to that point or extending it to the parking lot. Again, a very minor thing that we can work through as we get further down the line. A couple of items that we typically will touch on. Traffic, they did do a traffic impact study, a memo that was submitted, and our traffic engineers agreed with the findings that there will be no or very minimal impacts to traffic, obviously as an unmanned or minimally manned site. For the noise mitigation, we did review this study done in February 2026 for completeness and conformance with the zoning ordinance. The report evaluated existing noise levels at 3 critical points or locations. Using proposed site equipment and noise modeling software, they predicted the anticipated noise at the property lines and nearby residential and other sensitive receptor areas. It was recommended, and as Treasurer Budd mentioned, that noise mitigation measures were included on the site, which they have, which included the 7 or 8 foot tall berms along with the 8 foot tall sound walls in those critical areas. And as Treasurer Budd asked, they don't surround the site fully. They are at points in which they are trying to mitigate the sound to the property line where needed most. So within that noise study, as long as the noise mitigation measures are implemented properly based on the predictable nature of the study, it shows that the sound propagation appear to be in compliance with the township zoning ordinance. So from that, from an engineering feasibility at this point, Fishbeck would recommend that the Planning Commission grant this site based on their plans dated at this point, February 13th, that we recommend grant preliminary site plan approval based on the items outlined in the engineering standards manual and overall engineering feasibility. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. And we've heard from Deputy Chief Flanagan, so commissioners, now we have a chance for discussion.
Mr. Chairman, I was wondering if staff or the applicant could point on the monitor where these berms are and where the sound walls are. I'm not clear from what I'm seeing on the screen, where they are. Are they on the property line? Are they surrounding are they inside the moat? Where are they?
You can see on the site plan that the dark black line with the squares is the sound wall. So it runs along Rawsonville, then runs east parallel to Bemis, and then inside of the units, this is fencing. And the sound wall would be on top of the berm. So imagine it's berm and sound wall together.
So your berm is right there, be on the east side of the ponds for the ones on the west?
Yeah, so you
Okay.
have the existing vegetation, green belt screening, and then there's that buffer, additional screening, and then the sound wall and the berm. We also have cutouts. If you can see this. So this is from Rawsonville. You can see the berm and sound wall above it with the unit setback.
This is the pond.
Mr. Chairman, is there a fence that goes around on the property line? I see a dark black line on that cutout there next to, I see a tall black line. Is that a fence? What is that?
Where is that? Oh, here, this is the right-of-way line.
Oh, that's a right-of-way line, so
Okay.
that's not a structure.
Oh,
Got it.
Not a
So the view from Mr. Chairman, if I understand correctly, the view from Rawsonville Road should be some vegetative screening. If you see through the screening, you see a retention pond. Beyond a retention pond, there's a berm. Maybe you'll see a sound wall on top of the berm. Did I get that right?
Yes. Wait,
Sorry.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I have a question for engineering. If Wayne County comes in and what are the odds that Wayne County is going to not like those retention ponds? Is there potentially an issue there?
I guess it's a lot of times. So sometimes you have a site that could be miles away from the nearest drainage course, and they may not want a detention pond discharging into a roadside ditch, right? So I wouldn't say as to the percentage or likelihood, but there are ways to maybe do maybe one retention pond, one detention pond. However, we will always say that if there is a feasible way that we can circulate, remove the water from the site, then it can be, and it can be done reasonably, then we would, that would be the preference. However, sometimes sometimes there are reasons as to why you can't. And those are discussions I think that we would have at these next steps. At this point, as we said, the footprint of that retention pond is going to be much larger than anything that you would see with a detention pond. But I would hate to say what the county will say.
Never speak for the county, Mr. Cameron, right? We know. Mr. Chairman, with regard to the property split, the southern portion of the property is being split off. So that site plan that we saw, that you had on just a minute ago, that doesn't show the southern part of the property. Yeah, actually, you just had it. One more picture.
Gotcha, yeah.
Right. So that bottom chunk underneath the purple line, what's the deal with that? Are you keeping that as ownership, as open space? Will that be sold? What's the deal?
The owner of the property would retain that 18 acres. So we'd be purchasing the northern 48.
Mr. Chairman, my question for our consultant is, there are specific development standards and requirements for the amount of permeable surface that can go onto a lot. Do the calculations accurately take into account the smaller size of the parcel? Did you take out that bottom section when you were doing the math or checking the math, Ms. Sayre?
Yes, so we did it based on their proposed parcel split.
Okay.
So we just did where the portion they're proposing to use, not the full parcel that it currently is today.
You guys have any questions? If someone else, I have more questions, but I don't want to go all at once because I need to take a breath sometimes.
Through the chair.
Yes.
Yeah, so I know I asked you this last time, but I was a little confused going through our packet. Are there any plans for on-site generation, whether that be solar, wind, anything? In our packet, there's a rendering, and I understand how renderings work. They can be for any number of things. It does look like there's some solar in those renderings, I think around
Windmill,
the,
too.
around the O&M building. Can you just confirm that that's not part of this plan and will not be?
Is not part of the plan. And yes, you're correct. It was a rendering that we use. It's our model O&M building. No solar or wind or any kind of generation is planned on site. Our application is for a standalone battery storage.
Okay, thank you. And then I asked Director Akers this last time, asking if the residents in Augusta Woods were mailed about this proposal because they're adjacent but outside of our township. It sounded like that, yes, they mailed the main office, and then there were 2 properties, I think, that were located within that facility that got notification. Have you, in your organization, done any outreach to that community, whether it's flyering, canvassing, texting, anything to, one, invite people here and address any concerns that they might have?
We had reached out to the residents immediately adjacent to our project, so all the residences north.
Okay. Just, you guys will have an opportunity. I promise you.
Okay, so it sounds like you might have mailed the main office, but not every property owner.
Correct.
Next question, if that's okay, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
So our ordinance requires compatibility with adjacent properties. Have you done any property value analysis or market studies to see how adjacent property values would either, decrease and potentially increase, but have there been any effects studied?
I think it's a sort of a complicated question, and we answered it last time, but I've looked into this quite a bit. We've got consultants and property value consultants. There'd be no data to support any decrease in property values, especially with a project like this where it has such significant screening and it's not really visible from the right-of-ways. We would not anticipate any impact to property values.
I think I'm okay with my questions right now.
Chair, I don't have any questions. I do have comments for when we get to Planning Commission considerations. Item E.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I have
Yes.
a question about, so there needs to be a deconstruction plan. I know we saw that in the plan or in the packet. My assumption is, and staff can correct me if I'm wrong, that's something that would have to be approved by the township board, special land use, correct? Or is that part of our best procedures?
Right, we do the special, we approve the special board and send it to the township board.
And send it to the township. So that would also be, are you also, sorry, Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask the applicant if he's also planning on entering into a host community agreement with Van Buren Township, and if he could discuss what that might entail.
Yes, we are entering into yes, on the decommissioning plan and on the host community agreement. The host community agreement is $2,000 a megawatt. And last week I spoke with Chief Lenigan. We are also adding and funding the plume monitoring equipment attached to the fire trucks. So he did an evaluation. I think they believe that they're at the end of their lives. And so RWE is offering to pay for that as part of the host community agreement.
And Mr. Chairman, just as clarification, the host community agreement, that's a PA 233 requirement. That's $2,000 per nameplate megawatt hour, and that would be equivalent to a $400,000 one-time payment, correct?
Correct.
Normally, I don't get into the finances, but PA 233 makes certain requirements, and I just wanted to make sure we're.
400 megawatts.
I think it's a 200 megawatt nameplate capacity?
Yep.
200, yeah, 400,000. And that, my understanding is that we would recommend to the Board of Trustees that they enter into a host community agreement That $400,000 would, of course, then be earmarked how the elected officials earmark it, I would hope, for fire and safety. But okay, cool. I know that I also want to comment for the frequent flyers of our meeting that normally we would have the special land use review separate from the preliminary site plan approval, but for reasons we've got it on one item today, so we're discussing it all at once. Because we're discussing it all at once, one of the things that our consultant asked us or recommended to us is that the applicant wishes to not pave that sidewalk up on Martz Road. That's the northern border of the property. Mr. Kammer, could you point? I'm sorry, sir. Yeah, that one. That's the location of the sidewalk that you are thinking you want to have deferred if possible?
Correct.
And that whole chunk of Martz Road is not paved. So the Planning Commission does have the ability to defer a sidewalk construction there. I'll weigh in and say that normally I'm the sidewalk guy, and I always tell you, go build your sidewalk. But having one paved chunk of Martz Road that doesn't connect, all the way over, I could see a deferment. I could see agreeing to a deferment as long as that deferment agreement ran with the land. I don't want it to be in agreement with the applicant. No offense, sir, but it needs to run with the land because we don't know when Martz Road's going to be paved. You can't sell the property and get out of the agreement. If that were the case, and if we were able to generate an agreement like that, I'd be in favor of deferring. Wow, I can't believe I'm saying I'd be in favor of deferring some sidewalks, but in this case, I'd be in favor of deferring that sidewalk, not the sidewalk on Rawsonville. That one you got to put in. Additionally, our consultant asked us whether or not we found that the parking spaces were adequate on the preliminary site plan for the O&M building. I think the consultant had said there were 7 spaces. There's not. There's 8, 7 plus 1 ADA. So it's 8 total spaces, one of which is an ADA compliant space. I think that that's adequate for the use of the building. Of course, the Planning Commission has the ability to waive that or require the full parking requirement if you see fit. My opinion is it's adequate. And we were also asked by our consultant to consider whether or not, or by the applicant, to consider whether or not waiving the requirement for automatic irrigation was appropriate. I do not think so. I think that there's enough open space field, combustible material if it's not kept wet. I think that automatic irrigation, I think you need to comply with that ordinance and put in a sprinkler system. No rain garden, none of that, straight up irrigation, and I would not be willing to waive on that. Aside from those, I don't think there were any other conditions that Ms. Sayer asked us to consider, but if there were, I'd speak now.
I believe there is in the use standards under the best use, you can require additional screening if you don't feel it's adequate for the landscaping. Is it that?
And through the chair, someone asked about if they ever stop using the plant. There is a decommissioning plan to where that will be taken care of if in fact that was ever to happen.
Mr. Chair, I have a question for the applicant. How, if you were to go to decommission this plant, how is the township supposed to know whether or not you are still using these batteries? They don't make a lot of noise. They don't have a lot of people. We don't see people going in and out. How is the township supposed to know whether or not you've abandoned it? Sorry, tough question, but I got to ask it, right?
Phenomenal question. Caitlin, maybe?
Part of the decommissioning.
You are, I'm sorry.
I apologize. I'm Caitlin Elias. I'm an attorney with Dickinson Wright, working with RWE on this project. Part of the decommissioning plan, and it's going to be something that's approved by the board. But part of that plan can include notice to the township, whether it's to the zoning administrator or to the township clerk, upon a decision to terminate the facility. And there will be certain timelines associated with that notice. And it'll also include details about the removal of any of the equipment, that sort of thing. And if necessary and deemed appropriate by the township board, we can also enter into a decommissioning agreement with the township that memorializes those terms from the decommissioning plan into more of an agreement between the parties.
Excellent.
Through the chair, and just because being the treasurer, the first time they didn't pay the taxes, we'd be right there on their tails.
Mr. Chair, there was one final issue, comment. I think there was an extra comment in the report, Ms. Sarah, about perhaps allowing administrative approval of different physical units administratively if the size was smaller, the noise was less. I think you may have put something in there that maybe we would consider that. I do want to say that with regard to administratively approving a change of equipment, I'm not for that at this time. I feel like if the size is smaller, the noise is less, that's great. But I think that we also need to verify that the overall rated capacity of the nameplate capacity of the facility doesn't change. I could see a scenario where technology improves, your batteries are able to store more energy, you replace the existing ones with higher capacity ones, and then suddenly we're into a higher nameplate capacity, best facility, and it didn't meet the right level of public scrutiny. Maybe in the future that would not be the case, but I think today I would like, if there is a change of equipment, I would like it to come back through the full planning commission. It's not that I don't trust our staff on it, but I think it bears more scrutiny, and I don't want to place that burden administratively.
So I don't think, I see the wording of it, and I apologize for the confusion. I don't believe the intent was to have it reviewed and approved, just that we would bring it back with the review of this is a smaller footprint for the units. And that is something that TIP also grants special land use when they came back, preliminary site plan approval, and if the township board also grants special land use when they came back to final site plan approval, that is something that planning commission would approve. It's a condition that you could add in. It's something that kind of already does exist because you would anticipate changes between that preliminary and final based on permitting and county approvals, engineering approvals. So apologize for the confusion there. Was not trying to insinuate we would review a final or anything like that.
As long as it comes back to us in case of equipment changes for a review, be that before final or in the future, I'm okay with it.
Understood.
But I don't want to place it on our administrative staff. The technology's too new. It bears scrutiny. I'm sorry.
Understood. On the other concern, we are obligated to bring on 200 megawatts capacity, so the project would never get bigger. We're beholden to MISO, who oversees the whole region. So that would never change.
We'll check. Our job is to verify, trust and verify, right? I don't think I have any other real questions. The Fire Marshal Lanahan is satisfied that this plan looks like it meets the requirements. Yeah, you probably should come up. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, RWE has addressed all our concerns, and the ones that they haven't addressed, they've acknowledged and will be addressed in future submittals. All right.
That's what I needed here. Sorry to make you walk up, but I'm done.
I have, anybody else?
I have two quick ones, if that's okay.
Sure.
Sorry. So just can you help me understand? So there's a substation on this site. When we had a substation last for the data center, it was separated into a different application. Can you just clarify, maybe this is for staff or for you, Are those separate applications? If not, why not?
So this is an existing substation. So this already exists here. The substation on property is a part of our site plan. It's like a auxiliary component to the batteries.
So you're supplying the substation and all its materials?
Yes,
Okay.
this one here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this may be for staff then. Can you explain why their substation is allowed to be approved through one application as opposed to the data center, which needed a separate application for their substation?
That is how they submitted it, was as one application. The data center submitted it as two separate applications because of who was applying for it.
Okay.
Different owner?
Yeah, it's just confusing because when we were looking, and I know I have to keep it to this, but when we were looking at that past one, we were kind of told you can't have one without the other. And that was my concern, was that if you can't have one without the other, they should be together. So I guess I'm just, this led to a previous question. So thank you. And sorry, last question.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, if I could.
Yep, jump in.
I think that the in the data center case, it was submitted. What Ms. Williams said was that, if I can paraphrase, was that the data center application was submitted as two separate applications. My recollection is there was a question of ownership of the parcels, different owners. This is submitted as one thing under one owner. And I would like to think that staff listened to our concerns about it being separated. And if they didn't, if it hadn't been submitted as one, I would hope they would have gone back and listened to our concerns this time and made sure it was all on one unified site plan, so it wasn't so confusing.
To me, this is what makes the most sense, because you can't do one without the other. So to me, they should be included on the same application. So
Yeah, I'm with you on that,
thank
for
you.
sure.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
My last question. Through the chair.
Go for
Last
it.
question. So one of the things we're allowed to look at, or we're tasked to look at, is the public benefit. And I normally don't get into the financials, similar to Commissioner Jar, but are you seeking any property tax abatements or any other tax benefits?
No property tax abatement.
Any property or any income tax, like any type of tax benefit?
No, it's the way that our projects are financed are with like ITC and PTC credits, which is a completely separate thing that's done federally.
So the township is not giving any abatements,
No.
credits, anything?
I think I understand your question, but
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
I had a couple. Number one, what is the container made of that contains the cells?
it's metal is the outside.
Okay, is it all metal? That's
The
what I
outside
don't
is
know.
metal on a
Outside,
concrete
then what do you
foundation.
get inside? What contains the cell itself? Because if there's a fire, something in there is going to go.
So from my name is Pedro Duarte with RWE, and the modules themselves, I believe that what you're referring to, they are, I guess, depending on the technology, which would be something that we would have to submit for review and everything like that from prior experience on different projects. I've seen it from a kind of like a plastic composite, more solid and durable perhaps, but yeah, generally like that.
So if it goes up, the plastic's going to melt, and that's where you could run into some of the toxicity that's contained in that.
Yeah, so I think one of the slides that that were presented was that some of the findings kind of compare some of these potential fires as, you know, like a commercial plastic type of fire. So I think that's where it would come from, yes.
Okay, and then the cell itself, you were proposing to use lithium phosphate.
And phosphate, yes, correct.
What happens when phosphate burns? Does that cause a problem? Versus the previous cells that were out there.
Sure. So I think to answer that, it would have to be through the UL 9540A testing that happens. So obviously we don't, you know, hands-on touch this cells, right? But we purchase the prepackaged equipment. And in order for them, so one of the processes that through that UL 9540A testing method, they test a cell first. They see how it reacts, right? They take some measurements and data from that. Then they move on to a module level testing. So, they line up all of the cells within that one module. They initiate that module and they read out some of that, the composition from that burn. And then they go into a unit or container-based type of testing. And obviously, finally, they go through a more of a container testing when you have containers around it to ensure that there's no propagation. So a lot of the information that that is produced from that would be submitted as part of the next, I guess, round of document submittals. But all of that information is available, and it is tested, and it is deemed, again, based on the findings and stuff like that, it's deemed safe for us to be able to propose such technology. And yeah, just to highlight again, lithium iron phosphate, it is the safest and most stable technology that we have right now. So it's kind of state of the art, top of the line type of installation.
Okay.
So I'm not a chemist, so I wouldn't be able to give you from a chemist perspective the chemical composition of this cell specifically.
Okay. But it would be something I would like to know. Yeah, Commissioner Jarrett.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I was just going to add that I believe the lithium iron phosphate is the same chemistry that the One Energy research facility was using. Remember when they were telling us all about?
I remember that they had a variety of.
And they were doing it specifically because they were much safer than the other varieties.
Right.
That's my recollection. I am not a chemist either.
Yeah.
But that's my recollection.
My background's in physics and math. And I had another question that if there's two questions I've got concerning the materials. The first one is if it burns and they put the water on the fire or near it, where is that runoff going?
You're not putting water on the battery units itself. If it were in the event to catch fire, you don't put water.
You let it burn out.
You let it burn out.
What happens to what's left there? Where's that? When it's burned down, there's chemicals still there, and it may have moved somewhere. Where is it all going?
We have to, like, if an event like that happened, we're obligated to remediate it. And a lot of testing is done. You see in the past when these events happen, it's the EPA, it's the developer cleaning it up and investigating the results. And that's where we have a lot of this data from as far as the hazards and the effects of these projects.
So then, let me say, I've got two questions, and I'm trying to separate them and stay on track with what I am with the fire aspect of it, and it burns. Water's gonna be somewhere. There's going to be some sort of chemical left over on that concrete. And if the fire department has sprayed water on the other items, there's a chance, I assume there's gonna be pitch on those, pads that they're sitting on. And where is that going to run? Is that running off as stormwater? Is that?
It would go be held in the ponds adjacent to the battery units. So it would kind of act as like, if in the event like you're concerned about where it goes, it be held in the retention pond. So it sort of works or acts as like a containment for that. It's not going directly into the ditches or streams. But yeah, I think.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
We have a firefighting expert in the House that we postponed the meeting for last time.
Yes.
I'm wondering if our fire marshal had a comment on how a fire like that would be handled.
Deputy Chief Flanagan?
Chief, not fire marshal.
Every time.
He's also fire chief. Yeah, yeah.
Sorry, Dan.
Your question real quick.
When suppose they end up with fire, I don't know if it's just one unit or if it happens. What is your process for handling that situation?
Yeah, our process is going to be, it's going to really treat it like a hazmat almost, a hazmat incident. We are not going to discharge any water onto this unit and simply manage the exposures. Probably through the battery management system and just monitor the temperature just to make sure it doesn't overheat the side units. It's all, you pull up on this thing and you already have a environmental nightmare with the air quality. The last thing you want to do is make it worse and add 1 million gallons of water to it. And so the water discharge from us is going to be minimal, I would think, to non-existent.
Okay.
It would only be in a rare circumstance where we have to cool these adjacent units.
Okay. Okay.
Through the chair, I'd actually like to add on to your question. I think
Yes.
partly is, given that all rainwater goes to the detention ponds, anything from that area where these containers are flows to the detention ponds. So let's just say if there was a fire, it was allowed to burn out regardless of how many units it is. And if it rained and we had a heavy rain, it would wash that material
The contaminants.
down into the ground and into these retention ponds. And by the way, retention doesn't mean it doesn't flow out of the site; it gets absorbed by the site.
That was going to be another question.
And I can't tell you how far when it's absorbed. I can't tell you how far that absorption goes.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for the fire marshal. In a hazmat situation, do you deploy any kind of containment booms? I know when we have an oil spill or a fuel spill on the lake, you guys come out with these big sponge things that keep the oil from going where it's not supposed to go, or further than where it's not supposed to go. Tell me about an on-ground hazmat situation.
Since there's that county drain is close by, it's always a concern. So the hazmat team would be deployed and they would treat it like a spill. They have the ability, along with the EPA, to look at the water, and Eagle too would be another agency we'd call immediately, and deploy booms if necessary before it entered. Hopefully before it entered the storm drain, but before it got downstream for sure. But like I said earlier, the water runoff should be minimal. Now, somebody mentioned rain, and that's always a possibility. That could definitely, you would think, potentially add to it. But as far as hose streams go, yeah, we're going to rely on large-scale fire testing to ensure that these things are separated at a distance where they're not going to propagate from one unit to another, which would alleviate the need for spraying water.
The intent being to limit the flow of hazardous toxins into the groundwater.
Yeah, but if it were to occur, yeah, the hazmat team and the EPA, that's their, and Eagle, that's kind of their thing and their wheelhouse. And booms would be deployed. They probably would be deployed anyways, just as a precautionary measure.
Got it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And the last question I think that I have, what is it possible for these cells to leak? Not go into thermal runaway or anything of that nature, but to leak.
Let Pedro answer.
From the documentation on the UL 9548 testing, there is no liquid. These are not like lead acid batteries where you have concern for major liquids. These are like solid batteries, so there is no indication. There's indication of gassing, and that's what it's being read. But as far as liquid spilling and causing any potential issues, there is no indication of that on any of the testing.
Okay, that question comes up. You take a little D-cell battery and you leave it someplace, the corrosion starts to leak out. That's a completely solid surface, but it still leaks out.
Different technologies, different type of chemistry.
Well, I understand. I don't.
Same, yes, sir.
I don't know the difference in the technology. I mean, I know there's different chemicals involved, but I didn't know if the lithium ion would be allowed to leak in that same type of situation.
But Yes, so the answer is no.
Okay. Anybody else? Questions?
No.
Public comment?
Mr. Chairman, we have a letter from a resident, I believe. I think
Yeah,
you might have
fr-
wanted to read it
some-
into the record.
Sumter Township resident?
Do you want to read it in, or?
I guess. We do have a letter here. This is from a resident from Augusta Woods. It is Jenny Rokakis. And she says, "Hello, my name is Jennifer. I'm a resident of Augusta Woods. While I know I am not your constituent," she is not our resident. We are not voted on, so we don't have constituents. I feel it is necessary to speak up against the proposed BESS facility at the corner of Rosenville and Bemis, as it will directly affect my house and neighborhood. My house backs up to Bemis, and I can see the proposed site from my backyard. I have significant concerns regarding the facility, noise levels, potential pollution, and disaster preparedness. I am also concerned that the majority of the residents of Augusta Woods were not made aware of this facility except through social media. While we are not Van Buren Township residents, this facility will impact us the most. It seems disingenuous to put the BESS facility in a location where the majority of the people impacted have no real say or voting power in this matter. However, my main concerns are with the noise level and safety of the facility itself. Fire, toxin, and disaster risk. According to the Federal Environmental Protection Agency, BESS systems pose a harmful risk to residents and first responders, as lithium battery fires are very hot, difficult to extinguish, and can release harmful gases. Fires can take days to put out and can reignite. If this BESS facility experiences a thermal runaway fire, my house could become uninhabitable and unsellable due to the toxic, harmful gases. My family would need to evacuate and may never be able to safely return home. How would the company and Van Buren Township answer to almost 500 families that could not return home to Augusta Woods or be displaced for an undetermined amount of time? I am a gardener and worry not only about my home, but the air, water, and soil quality, especially as the EPA mentions that damaged battery toxins can also cause dangerous runoff and contamination of our watershed. The City of Ann Arbor Fire Department reported that on June 2nd, a garbage truck caught fire in Ann Arbor due to a damaged lithium battery and potentially caused more than $350,000 in damage. That was from only one small lithium battery. We see similar reports of house fires and barn fires due to lithium batteries exploding. In mere minutes, houses, pets, and human lives can be lost. Livelihoods are lost. Imagine that. But on an exponentially larger scale, due to the BESS facility, this does not seem like a risk that Van Buren Township should want within its township limits. It is a huge disaster waiting to happen, especially as it would also be near a gas station and a junkyard, which increases the risk of subsequent explosions, hazards, and toxins being released. The battery units have only a lifespan of 10 to 20 years, and the facilities themselves have a lifespan of 35 to 40 years. This is a problem that will affect us in our lifetime and should be a significant concern about how the batteries are disposed and what happens with the site when they are inevitably fail or reach the end of their lifespan. Decommissioning at the end of its lifespan would be the best case scenario. Early fire and failing notwithstanding, and yet this still poses great risk. Again, this is not a worthwhile risk for Van Buren Township to take. Noise level. BESS systems are noisy. My spouse and I both work from home. This system would impact our livelihoods. I take great pleasure in spending time in my garden and yard. The noise level would be a constant nuisance both outside and inside my home and decrease quality of life. I have seen the sound study and it would not be noisier than where we already live. However, this system would still increase those existing noise levels further and can be a constant sound. The sound of birds chirping, occasional planes overhead, and a few cars on the road is quite different to that of the constant relentless hum of the best transformers and fans. The noise levels and potential fire risk would also make our houses less attractive to potential buyers and decrease the value of our homes and the land they sit on. It would also make Van Buren Township less attractive to potential new residents. One of the great things about Michigan is our watershed, nature, and environment. The BESS system poses an environmental hazard and nuisance to our great state. We only have one Earth, and our fresh water and our other natural resources are limited. We are so lucky to live in a state with clean, fresh water, green spaces, and beautiful natural recreation opportunities. It is our duty as Michiganders to protect these spaces and protect our environment. I understand the need for these BESS systems and increased energy and storage capacities. I am not against progress. I am against these facilities being so close to a large neighborhood, hundreds of families, important watersheds, and the potential nuisance, negative, and devastating effects of these facilities. Please do not take advantage of Augusta Woods residents because we are in a different township or in a less affluent neighborhood. We matter too. If the township is disproportionately impact another township, really focused on bringing to a BESS to Van Buren Township, it should go where a majority of Van Buren Township residents live, not where it will disproportionately impact another township. Augusta Township has already made it clear through our petitions, upcoming ballot referendum, and upcoming board recall that we do not want these storage systems like data centers and BESS facilities in our township. Please respect that and rethink your choice of site and overall approval of these facilities. Thank you. Sincerely, Jennifer Rokakis. Okay. So we have duly noted and it is entered into the record.
Mr. Chairman, I want to point
Yes.
out that we don't always read these things in, but this letter came in late this afternoon and wasn't able to be published in the packet. Normally, we get a copy of it. It's online. We read it ourselves. We don't have to read it into the record, but we felt it was important in this case to make sure it was part of the record.
Thank you for
Okay.
doing so, by the way. Thank you.
Yes.
For including them. I appreciate that. My name is Courtney. I live 2 miles from this site. I want to start by pointing out what Jackson already pointed out was the unfair and unclear merging of the agenda at the last meeting to the advantage of the developers, putting DTE and RWE on the same night and lying that there is no conflict of interest with that, and purposely working to make unknowing residents confused was unfair. Yes, DTE has another substation with Google separate to the RWE BESS. However, Google and multiple proposed data centers will connect to our already costly grid that DTE and RWE want us to pay more for. You blurred the lines by allowing projects to be presented on the same night, and that's why you were stuck here for 7 hours last time. Not to mention that this affects all of us on the grid, including the other communities who came to speak up, as well as the women and transgender community that the Belleville Independent gave glowing bigotry reviews on, many of which are fighting the same fight in Saline tonight and could not be here. That being said, I've written down about 20 concerns I have for the proposal, and I will try to get it all out on these deaf ears in my allotted time. Environmental hazards, thermal runaway, intense noise pollution, homes hundreds of feet away, a nearby school and daycare, gas station next door, on top of the Brown and Rounds drain connected to the Huron River. Evacuation plans are still unclear. It's an extreme fire hazard, and mutual aid reimbursement was not mentioned. No wastewater treatment plan was mentioned. Your exact words were that they will do whatever they have to get rid of it. Property values, specifically debucks, are a huge concern. Biased sound studies and ordinance that Sam here at RWE helped to write. You had a biased third-party toxic gas study from the pro-BESS NYSERDA The third-party revenue study was not cited. The location would interfere with multiple airports if smoke became an issue. We also have an air show famous for crashing planes nearly into buildings. That would be catastrophic, and the smoke would block the Willow Run Airport and Detroit airports, which would be extremely costly and dangerous. They did not share a rendering of the Bemis Road view where the lines would connect to the DTE substation. The placement of the BESS and the clear intent to help future restraints made by the 7 data centers proposed within 15 miles of the site gives no benefits to residents. RWE quoted at the last meeting stating that they are coming to relieve the strain on the grid by incoming manufacturing development to the state, that you are approving the data centers on land that you zone for industrial development. You are not offering residents a public power or other options outside of the monopoly of DTE before approving this project at the cost of residents. Shell Company of Staghorn LLC did not present to us. Some of the commission members did not know who to address or who the applicant was at the last meeting. The BESS only has that 10 to 20 year lifespan, and no determination of where the batteries would be dumped was. They're offering only 2 permanent jobs from people likely not from the area. The location will cause traffic on a road that Washtenaw County is finally auditing for those poor conditions. And this project is not about helping the residents, because if it was, we wouldn't be approving insane power sucking projects like data centers before approving the BESS substations. This is about supplying the surveillance centers at the cost of the residents. The amount of conflict of interest amongst this board and the employees of Van Buren Townships constitutes for an immediate pause on the approval of any and all proposals until a full investigation is done, especially on Ron Akers.
Thank you.
CJ Marshall. I'm a 38-year resident of Van Buren Township. That's a tough act to follow. I don't think any of my daughters can talk that fast, and I thought my daughters were fast talkers. There's a couple things I'd like to point out, and God bless you, young lady. There's a couple things I'd like to point out, legal things, because you're responsible legally to this township. Not to any other township, not to any other community. You're legally responsible to this township. Our insurance does not cover malfeasance. All right, you can make a mistake and our insurance will cover it, but malfeasance it will not cover. Pointing out the fact that they were notified at Augusta Woods, that these people here notified Augusta Woods of their plan. They are required by Public Act 419, the Mobile Home Commission Act, to notify the mobile home owner, the park owner, not the individuals that lease properties in those parks. So they did their due diligence. They notified the park owner, who then should have notified the residents. However, you should not base your decision on this approval or disapproval of the special land usage. You should base it on what is required of our zoning, okay? I can understand the concern of other people that are being impacted by this, but I'm more concerned about an automobile catching on fire that's an electric automobile. That's more of a problem for our community than a contained box that's gonna burn itself out because it's gonna lose oxygen. So let's not build this into more than what it is. This is technology. If everybody will put away their games, put away their phones, put away their computers, we won't need all these data centers, but that's not gonna happen. This is the 21st century. There's gotta be a better way to advance our technology. I'm not certain, that there couldn't be a better solution to this, but I just want you to be sure the legalities when you make a decision here, it's for our community, because as a taxpayer, if you screw up, I'm gonna be the one, and these other people that live in this community are being the ones that are gonna have to pay for that mistake. Our insurance won't cover that type of mistake. Malfeasance is not covered. So base it on fact, not a bunch of threats or a bunch of could-haves or what-haves. Base it on what the facts are. This gentleman here explained, I was at the last meeting when he got up here and explained the whole thing about the fire. I think our fire department should be able to handle a fire, I would hope, but I don't think you put water on a battery fire. God almighty, everybody knows you don't do that, but I'm more concerned about electric cars catching on fire than I am about this facility. And as far as containment, I think that's all been explained. So understand what you're asking a question before you ask it. Thank you. Thank you, commissioners. You're doing a good job.
Hi again, this time childless, still Victoria Bondi. As I mentioned when I was up here before, I just moved here in April, so very fresh here. And I only heard about this 4 hours ago. So one of my friends that now lives by me told me about it. And we spent 6 years looking for the house that we now own as of April. And so that was a long journey. And so this kind of pulls really close to my heart. And I know what the gentleman before me was saying about legalities and things like that, but I think maybe what he's missing is that I think a lot of people that are standing up here to say no to this, maybe they're people that don't want the advancement of technologies to where it's at. Some people, like myself, don't even use Wi-Fi. I don't like it. I don't think we should have it. Things like that. Now, I'm saying all that, and this is not at all what I had prepped in the 4 hours that before I came up here, but there's just so much, like, I don't know how you guys do it because there is so much emotion behind all of this. So I give you guys a lot of credit for sitting up there and like listening to all of this. The couple things I do want to say, because I only have 2 minutes left. So since 2020, there have been 40 to 50 large-scale BESS fires, 117 total. So I think what I heard in the presentation, since like I said, this is new to me, and what I saw up on the screen and what was mentioned from the applicant was that some of the data provided was from 2012. So I'm not sure why some older data was provided when you can easily look up more recent fires, and there's been a lot in the news about these big fires that are happening too. And then also with the mention from the applicant about the low chance of a fire, like I said, I spent 6 years trying to find this house of my dreams. So even with that low chance of a fire, I don't want it. I don't want the pollutant in the air. I'm trying to raise my kids in the home that we just spent that many years trying to find. Folks that live out here, I've met a ton in the 2 months, and I've wonderful neighbors and everything, but we all live here for the seclusion, the wildlife. I mean, that's been the theme of tonight, is talking about wildlife and nature and keeping things the integrity that it is and not putting all of this new technology in. We don't want to be reduced down to living next to the extreme fire and environmental hazards. So the farms, homesteads, everywhere you turn out in this area, they're beautiful spaces. We don't want the integrity ruined. The last thing that I'll harp on is noise. So where I just moved from, you could sit in the backyard and hear that low frequency noise. I'm not joking. There was 67 towers and 201 antennas in a 3-mile radius from that house. Where I just moved, it is quiet. You hear nothing but birds and animals. Right now it's low frequency, and my house is in the radius for this. That's why I'm actually here tonight. And so the low frequency that was mentioned, that is still adding to the noise. And so very lastly, I want to say I appreciate the questions that you specifically, Chairman, have asked tonight. Those are like speaking to my heart, and I just hope that you guys delay and postpone this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hello.
I'm Michelle Evanchuk. I live in Augusta Woods in Augusta Township. I lived in Ypsilanti Township and Van Buren Township, but more recently Augusta Woods. And I want to thank you personally for reading Jenny's letter. I knew she was going to send something, but I didn't realize it was going to be like really last minute. My only question, and the reason why I'm up here, because I'm going to echo everything that everyone said, is why did the company for BESS choose a residential area to build and not an already industrial site like the landfill, where there's no residents, no farmland or anything like that? Because that made more sense to me, instead of building next to a gas station, a school. And since I live right across the street from there, their noise study is way off. There's no way our decibels are that high. We live in one of the best quiet communities in Washtenaw County, and I was floored when I saw that for the second time. The other reason why I'm up here is because I have family and friends that live in Van Buren Estates, which is on Lower Road, and they knew nothing about this. Their management was never approached either. So I think the lack of consideration of the residents on the company's behalf is not fair. And because now I'm feeding my family all this information, and now they're getting upset and they want to move, and it's like, you can come over to Augusta Woods, but it's not going to be any better because of this thing, you know, possibly going in. But I do want to thank you for your time and thoroughness looking at this, and I really hope you reconsider using that land, maybe putting it in the landfill where it belongs. No, just kidding. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's David Harwood still. So I strictly wanted to come here to express concerns about the storage system for its location. Again, to be clear, it's not an argument for against renewable energy or things like that. Like again, it is something that does need to happen. We're understanding of that, whether for green energy to be able to back up storage for those green energies, that's understanding. However, the size of this, like the scale and potential risk of it, is what's concerning, as well as for other recent projects that have been happening within the area, i.e. the data center. It's kind of, seems kind of hand in foot with that, to where it goes one-to-one. But one of the most significant concerns is, while battery storage systems have become more common, they've become, the incidents have gone less, but they have gone, as was discussed multiple times tonight, thermal runaway events, fires, and releases of hazardous gases. These events are may be relatively infrequent, but when they do occur, it's difficult to contain, control, require specialized firefighter responses, and can become worse, especially when there's multiple volumes of them within range of each other. Second, a large thing to understand and to consider is that making sure that all of the types of, continuing that of those safety features are acknowledged. Has and will the local fire departments, multiple, because again, we're talking about this is a multiple regional area, who can respond to it faster. Have they all been involved in what specialized training it would go into? Who is also paying for those? Are they annual, biannual? Are they funded by the owners or taxpayers? Will the department possess the equipment necessary to respond effectively, as well as the other departments within the sistering areas? Who's going to bear the cost of those emergent responses for long-term monitoring and incident occurrences? What evaluation plans exist for nearby residents and schools for evacuation? Again, something to consider about is that, normal lithium fire does recommend is a 300 feet distance. For something of this scale, based on math, talking to people who work with batteries with Ford Motor Company, indicate that something to that scale, you're looking at a 1/2 to a mile radius of evacuation. The nearby school does not have buses. This is all driven by parents. There's no evacuation. It's 1,500 heads in that building. That's something to consider. Again, and with that as well, especially for that school, in school, like how will the parents and school officials be notified of an emergency if there's an evacuation situation? What's the what kind of things are considered for that? Again, the environmental impacts that would go around this, again, there's the water runoff, as Commissioner Grant noted, that there is, anything that would fall into those water pools as well is going to be impacted by pulling to the water. The toxic gas emissions with batteries, hydrogen fluoride, carbon monoxide, volatile organic compounds, VOCs. In addition, lithium batteries also produce oxygen in their fires, so that's what makes them hard to go out. So even if it is contained in a box, it doesn't stop going out.
Your time has reached.
2 more minutes.
Nope.
No, it's based.
Excuse me. No. We have set it as 3 minutes. We're allowing 3 minutes in this.
Mr. Cullen, based on
what I have been directed is it's a 3-minute conversation, and
Then it
I have
needs-
to follow my directions.
Addendum has been put into process. It is a 5-minute
It's 3 minutes.
on today's notice. If you go to the form, it is
Argue, you have 3 minutes. That's all.
acknowledging what I'm allowed to in the Van Buren Township based on charter and based on commission meeting rules.
What I am following is my directions.
I
And
understand.
my directions is 3 minutes, and that's what I have to allow.
So then that addendum should be noted. It should be noted in there that there's a potential change.
It's
on
something
that
we can
page.
take care of, but today it's 3 minutes.
Something that can be taken care of at a later date. You have to honor the current forum. No. That's how decorum works, sir. Okay.
3 minutes.
These gases are harmful. They are visible smoke, making them hidden a threat to the areas. It's 2 minutes, guys. Sir, it's based on the bylaws. It's based on the
We'll have
bylaws.
another minute and a half.
I will, it's 3 minutes, and I will gladly show you. You can escort me out. I'm going by when I'm allowed.
He's asked you to go. I'm asking you to come with me.
Let's go. Okay.
Thank you very much. My name is Norman DeBuck, and I'm here representing my sons Eric and Scott on behalf of the DeBuck's Fun Farm and our New Lawn Sod Farm, our operation. We have 500 acres adjoining the property. Okay, we moved here and bought 80 acres in 1980. That's how long we've been here, since 1980. And I'd hate to see something like an operation like this endanger our operation. And thank you very much. My biggest concern is I have to chuckle. He said, we have a 300 foot perimeter protection around the place. Now that is a joke. There's a honest to God joke. Because if there's a wind blowing, now we know that the wind blows, it's reliable as the day is long. Okay? If there's a wind out there, 300 feet is nothing. Because if there's a stiff wind blowing out of the west, which blows it toward our farm, it's going to end up at Metro Airport, downtown Detroit. It's going to end up, it's like a nuclear bomb going off. What is going to happen to the plume that these batteries are going to put out? There's going to be toxic plumes that are going to be in the air, dropping toxic chemicals, God knows where. It's going to be a long way from that 300 feet buffer that he talked about. It's an absolute joke. And they have not addressed the fact of the wind velocity in the area. I mean, you talked about the water retention and all that type of thing. I mean, that's fine and dandy. But, you know, the majority of the toxicity of that material is going to come into the air. And what goes up in the air is going to come down somewhere. And that's our major concern. As far as paving, I'd like to see them pave all the way up to the edge of their property on Martz Road. So, let me see. Wait a minute, I got a minute left. Man, that's something else. I do appreciate the job you guys do up here. You do a wonderful job. I appreciate what you do. You couldn't pay me to do your job. I'm semi-retired and I like my position. I go in when I feel like it. That's retirement. Retirement's doing what you want when you want to do it. But I just want to make sure that everybody, you know, we are opposed to this type of thing going in next door to us. Just flat out. I mean, batteries, I mean, you got contaminants there. I mean, if maybe they can come up with a safer material, sodium or some other type of energy storage system. But I think, you know, it's not a matter of if it's going to happen, it's a matter of when. I guess that's about all. Geez, I got 10 seconds left. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you, everyone.
Hello, Kylie Anderson. I'm a resident of Belleville, but I do have children who attend Keystone Charter School. One thing I know some people did mention was the airports. We're right by DTW and Willow Run, and planes crash. As we all know, what happens if that does occur. The gentleman in blue was talking about if the batteries are burning, and he was talking about, it sounded like if one or two caught fire. A big plane crashes down, it's not one or two, it's a huge area. And not only that, what about tornadoes? I mean, Tornado Alley has been moving east. It's not where it was. We've been getting more. We got one in, what, February, May, whenever, earlier this year, there was a tornado right in this area. What happens if that is hit? I oppose this. I hope you all have the day you deserve.
Hello, my name is Monique Kirkowski, and I live in Van Buren Township. And I'm wanting to speak about this particular topic today because I'm mentioning the precedent that it's setting. I mentioned the 1.7 gigawatts that's still remaining. BESS systems are obviously on the table. We are going to face this over and over again. And so whatever decision is made tonight, it is setting a precedence for this entire community, and it really should be considered. I stood up here and talked, as soon as I heard about this data center, I've faced all kinds of comments from the group. I've seen things happen after I left the room, hysterical women comments in the Independent, which offended me to my core. And here we stand up again. The system is flawed. You ask for input from the community, and yet you decide on a minute's notice about what you're going to do. Just for the precedent, just for the way that it feels alone, hitting the pause button, walking out and having like a conversation for a second to say, this is what we heard tonight from the community, this is what our community is asking for us, would make a whole lot more sense and sit a whole lot better with this particular person than to stand up here and face being ridiculed, and then you make a decision regardless of what's been said to you. I think precedence cannot be overstated. I know that there was an ordinance that was early on developed in 25 because it was commented on this group that BESS systems are way too loud and do not belong in residential neighborhoods without a lot of work to be done, but yet it's been commented tonight that they're actually quiet batteries. I don't know how they became quiet batteries from 2025 to today. You had an ordinance because you knew they weren't quiet. I see you looking at the clock. I get it. I get it.
No.
And it's frustrating. You got to understand, that man was willing to be arrested so that you heard him. Do you know how hard it is for people to stand up here and talk to you? The reason why we're hysterical women is because we're willing to come up here and ask and beg for things. I don't beg anymore. Men don't like to be put in this position, and that's why they're not up here. That's why they're thanking you for your time. I'm not thanking you for it. I'm asking you to actually, at least for just the way that it looks, the perception of it alone, spend a second thinking about what people have said to you tonight and that it's important enough to be arrested for. That's pretty strong, guys. And you are setting our community up. Why are we low-hanging fruit? Why does this keep happening in our community? It keeps happening on border townships. It's happening between Van Buren and Romulus. It's strategic. We got to be smarter than this. What ordinances have been put in place during the moratorium? What have you done to protect us from this happening again? It's just steamrolling through us. And all you're concerned about is the clock. And you know what? I'll give you your 15 seconds. Enjoy your time.
Hi, Linda Stakely, over Sheldon Road. There were 50 major fires globally so far this year. BESS. The EPRI 95 BESS has these failure rates with 26 fires in the United States. The thermal runaway is when they connect and they catch fire. It's not just one day or 1 hour that these fires go. Sometimes they go 4 and 5 hours to put them, 4 and 5 days to put them out. Does our community have 4 or 5 days with all these chemicals? And by the way, if you look it up, and I tried to tell your firemen over here, there are 17 chemicals, major chemicals, that come out that are highly toxic, corrosive gases: hydrogen fluoride, carbon monoxide, hydrogen cyanide, phosphorus compounds. Explosive and flammable gases are the hydrogen, the volatile organic compounds like ethylene, ethane, and propylene. There are particles of heavy metals that blow up and scatter all over. Those are like cobalt, nickel, magnesium, and lithium. Then there's those from internal construction and the wiring, such as copper and aluminum that's inside these batteries. Now, their own CEO was talking to someone about the fact of the batteries themselves and why they are having failures, and he said it was blamed because of the inefficiency of the construction of the batteries and where they're getting the batteries from. Excuse me, but if you have problems with the batteries, what are you doing about it? How many batteries are going to be up there? How many batteries? You don't even know how many batteries are
Ma'am,
going to be in there?
This is comments.
Oh.
You can ask your questions. We'd be glad to find an answer and provide it for you.
Okay. Because you set off all those batteries. And another thing, I called my insurance company. If there is a fire or this explodes, they have it written in. They're not going to cover any of these. So if my house goes up or gets smoke in it and I can't live in my house for 6 months, who's going to pay for that? I certainly can't afford it. Just a thought, but thank you for working with us.
Hi, my name is Courtney. I am from Van Buren Township. I think the overarching theme here is that we're asking you to have pause once again on the decision that you will make tonight for all of the reasons that have already come before you. But I want to just add to that, or maybe ask some questions. It sounds like we don't even fully have a fire plan in place. The fire chief was saying that the hazmat team would be on, called to the scene, which makes sense to me. But I haven't seen a hazmat team in any of our meetings to talk about what that plan would look like. And I know that the fire department would be, relocating people and everything that the chief has spoke of. But I'm also concerned because I see that the firefighters in Local 5550 are saying that they need more staff. And they're going so far as to post that on Facebook and say that they want the public to support bills that are in the Senate and in the House to make sure that they can have negotiations with the township, which has not happened at this point in time. So I have concerns that we may not be fully staffed. We already rely on mutual aid from other fire departments. And we haven't had the hazmat team here to even discuss what all of this should look like. So on that alone, it sounds like we should have pause on this tonight and that we need to revisit this with the proper people in the room. I also remember you all talking about the state fire marshal weighing in on this. Did that ever happen?
I do know that there.
The fire marshal speak to that after the comment.
Yeah, we'll have him speak.
Let Dave McAnally answer that. Our fire chief is here.
After comment. Yeah.
So for all of the above reasons, I'm just asking you to have some pause on this. All of this, the data centers, the BESS systems, these are all new things to our state, to the nation right now. And it's not just about the fact that we need to have these centers in place to support our technology. It's also about money. It's also about the top 1% and screw the rest of us. So I think that, they're rushing through this because, and pushing townships and municipalities to hurry up and make decisions because they want to get ahead of legislation and safety inputs. And so I think you have to take pause on this. You just have to. So I'm asking you not to move forward with your decision tonight, to take pause and to get the right people in the room to help make this decision the right way.
Absolutely.
Hello again. My name is Courtney. I'm from Ypsi Township. I just want to reiterate some of what my other friend Courtney here was saying about the fire department situation. I completely respect that you think you have it all handled, but apparently, according to the Belleville Independent, you guys will be absorbing the Belleville Fire Department as well, so you will be taking on the city. It sounds like you will have a lot more responsibility, which means you will be putting this fire off on mutual aid again, which reimbursement and training for mutual aid was not mentioned at all. Again, you are putting this strain on other townships and other counties, again, tucking it in the corner, just like the data center project. And to sit here and say that it is not tied in with when it's connected to the main grid, who's paying for that? You're all paying for that. I'm paying for that. All of us are paying for that. Except for, I don't know, Sam here, are you from Michigan? Are you living in Michigan currently? Because you guys aren't paying these DTE prices. We are. And DTE came here and told us that they will not stop threatening these price increases without getting these approvals. So that's ransom. That's terrorism. And you guys need to put a stop to that. Thank you.
Norm Dubuck again. There's 2 points I'd like to make that I forgot. Has anyone ever bought a brand new car and the EPA mileage on the car label is what it actually is? And that's governed by the government. And these are the same regulations these guys are quoting to us about their safety records, okay? That's point number one. Point number two, years ago, we had the fires in Canada. I was out on the farm a lot, and I can recall smelling those fires that were in Canada. Just, it was like 3 years ago. And I know what forest fires smell like, because we've had brush fires on our own farm, burn piles, I should say. That's how farmers generally dispose of, a lot of excess brush and stuff. It's part of chemical control or disease control. So, I mean, it has a certain smell about it. So it travels a long way, and those are all contaminants. And where are they going? Up in the air, and they're falling down on the ground. So I'm done. Thank you.
Anyone else?
I think there's one pretty simple solution to that, and that is
And again, yes, we know. Who would you please introduce yourself?
Kruger. I lived in Van Buren Township for over 10 years. I think there's one simple solution. If you are so confident that there will never be any fire, that there will be no environmental damage, and that no one around you will be affected by the thing you are trying to build here, put your money where your mouth is. Say that you will cover, in the contract with the township, you will cover anyone's house, anyone's private or personal property, any public property that is damaged, any health issues that arise in light of this. If you are not willing to back up what you are saying to us, then you know you shouldn't be saying it. Thank you.
Is there anyone else? Anyone else? Okay. Commissioners,
Through the
do you want?
Through the chair, actually, I think it might be good to go through the rules of what special, just get the language right. We're here for two things: special land use request and preliminary site plan approval being combined on to one line, even though they're actually separate motions. I would.
Right.
So, what would be good to explain to everybody is what is the process of special land use request or approval? What is required of that?
How it's submitted and where it goes, or
Well, my understanding is which was presented at the last meeting but not represented this time, is there's 9 criteria that this project has to meet, correct? And it's basically up to the Planning Commission, along with the comments that are given by McKenna, our consultant. It's up to us as the Planning Commission to determine if they fully meet those requirements.
Correct.
Because if they don't meet each and every one of them, then we have to deny, correct?
So you would make a recommendation to the board, and they would make the approval or denial. You would recommend approval
Right.
or recommend denial to the Board of Trustees.
Right, so if we recommended, just to say, for example, if we recommended denial, it would go to the Board of Trustees and they could overturn that, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that, to be clear, we do have, in this sense, and again, it's not a show. I mean, we deal with real people's lives here. We do have to make real decisions on how it affects people. And in this case, because it's special land use approval, we do have the ability to make a decision to deny it. And then again, it would go to the trustees, then they can reverse it. To that effect, I'd actually like to address some of those, but first I'd like to make a comment ahead of that.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Commissioner, our consultant did write the original report that has those 9 points. Would you like her to go through them? 'Cause
No,
know if
actually,
she
I
did.
don't. And I know she did because I'm going to touch base on them.
Oh, great, sorry, just
Yeah.
want to make the, because we kind of missed the site plan review too, so.
No, I appreciate that, though. Thank you. And actually, I'd like to compliment the applicant because I think they did a great job. And actually, I have to admit, I'm quite surprised that they went to this extent for special land use because that's pretty far. I mean, I'm in the industry. You know, I'm an architect. I've been in for a long time, and I worked for developers. And we normally went and put a package this comprehensive together for this, for special land use, just to let you know. So it is very well done, by the way. I want to go back a little bit. I'd say roughly about a year ago or so, there was a small committee set aside from the Planning Commission to go through and develop an ordinance for agritourism. And I was reminded recently that last week it passed the Board of Trustees. They actually approved that agritourism ordinance. And so I decided, what the heck, I'll go back and I actually watched the video. And I was really pleased to hear that, and I'll quote some of the statements made by the supervisor, and that is relative to that. He said, the Bucks defines that, which that being the agritourism ordinance, which is great to hear. And he says, this board has made its intentions very clear that is going to be a rural community south of the lake, which means maintaining the intent of being rural and the intent of meeting that intent of rural. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to talk a little bit about the fact that, you know, what we're talking about is one of the largest entertainment destinations, you know, in Van Buren Township, being the DeBucks. I did visit it. I went there this week. I did drive around the area to get a better feel for it. I don't regard it as being industrial in nature. It's rural. The whole area is just rural, you know, with sprinkling of homes and actually the large Augusta Woods. But they've been there a long time. As Mr. DeBuck had said, I actually met with one of his sons and talked to him a bit to get a little bit about the history of his farm. He did say it was established in 1980, you know, and they fought like many people, you know, do in developing a business where they take a risk by, you know, by acquiring land like that. And they invested their time and money and hard efforts into that land. It's a lot of land. And since we were there for the ordinance and developing the ordinance, I've noticed that they've added quite a few more extra structures to their complex, which I thought was very nice and very, very well done. I suggest that when they're open that you visit the place. Because we, you know, for a business that's been around for nearly a half a century, you know, I would like to say that we need to make sure that we support them and we protect that. It's one of our most valuable assets within our community. It's one of the only entertainment venues within our community, and we need to protect that business in any way we can. I'd also like to talk a little bit other than just that. I mean, it's a huge business and it's very important to me. I'd like to talk a little bit about too. There's the Augusta Woods, of course. They're not just in another township, they're across the street. I mean, they're right across the street, and it is a neighborhood. It's a large residential community. Do I believe this type of system is properly placed relative to residential? It does have some negative impacts on it. I mean, it may have some land value impacts. It may have some, as the applicant said, you know, there's not a zero chance that there won't ever be a catastrophe or a fire. And of course, if there was, and there is wind, there is rain, if it was allowed to burn down, of course, there could be, a rain event that day. It does wash it into the ground. And as I said, it would catch into the detention ponds as well, and it would seep into the ground. Thereby, right next to it, adjacent to this best system is Mr. DeBuck's farm. And who's going to want to purchase his product that is directly adjacent to this, this best system if it is implemented? So those are some of the comments I want to make, but I want to go to the nine. I want to touch base real quick on these nine items, and the ones in particular that I'm going to highlight a couple. And number one, it says it will promote the use of land in a socially and economically desirable manner. And then it does say, for those landowners and residents who are adjacent. Now, I just stated from a couple of standpoints that it won't do that. I don't think that it's going to enhance Mr. DeBuck's farm. I don't think it's going to enhance the residential neighborhood across the street to the point where everybody's going to want to move there. The other part of it is the properties adjacent to it. Who will it attract then? If you wanted to sell your farm, who might want to buy your farm? Maybe more best systems if they're there. But then again, the next guy next to you is going to have a problem, right? So that would be the first one. That would be my comment relative to that. And by the way, again, I do appreciate, our, the write-up here, but that doesn't mean that this is absolutely 100% correct. The other thing is it is compatible with adjacent land uses. Of course, we talked about that a little bit. And it does talk a little bit about how it's shielded from the adjacent residential areas, but it will impact them. Again, we go back to if there's a fire event, which way is the wind blowing? How long will it last? I mean, I can tell you, it pretty much, I got to believe if there was an event and the wind was blowing, that anyone downwind from this, from this event is going to have to move. Another item, number 4, the proposed use is not anticipated to be harmful to public health, safety, and welfare. I think that one's pretty easy to answer based on what I've already said. And then number 6 is not anticipated to cause injury or other properties in the region, which I think if the several things that I've listed, I think it will impact each one of these. And that in itself is 1, 2, 3, 4 items out of the 9. And to throw a couple more things in, there is a daycare down the street as well. And I would be worried that if I was a daycare owner that maybe they would probably see less kids signing up for their business, and that ultimately they may lose their business because of this. Even if nothing happens, people are worried. They don't want to drop their kids off and worry that somebody else might be evacuating them, or where are they at? That sort of thing. So my mindset really is based on that criteria that we cannot grant them special land use. And we have that choice. And my choice as a planning commissioner is deny the special land use application. I'd rather support a business that's been here for nearly half a century than maybe for a business that hasn't even been here for 50 seconds. Legally do this. We're not fighting anybody. It's part of the ordinance.
Through the chair? Sure. Yeah. So I would agree with Commissioner Grant. I still have some concerns here as well. Mainly that my concern isn't necessarily with battery energy storage as a concept. I really, someone else mentioned this. I know we need these. I'm a supporter of green energy. We have to decarbonize our grid. But my concern here is specifically that I don't think this project has shown a clear benefit to this community, especially considering the cumulative impacts that we're already dealing with. So at this point, I don't believe this project provides enough to outweigh those concerns. So I would also be in favor of denying at this point.
I would also agree with Mr. Grant's proposal of this. And as special approval, we have to consider, and we can consider, what residents are saying, probably more in anything else, because it is a special it has the right zoning, but only with a special approval. And he listed all the things that can concern, and that can concern the wishes that we serve. And I know there's a lot of people that don't think we listen. We do listen, and we know your concerns. The bloom of smoke from these has concerned all of us, because where does it go and what does it do? I think they're saying there's not a bloom, but once that cage that this is in, I don't know what happens. So I don't know if we have a hazmat team here, if it would make anybody feel more comfortably, but I get the idea that even if every hazmat person was here, they wouldn't be happy.
Commissioners, any more comments?
Well, I got a comment. You know I always got a comment.
I always look forward to it.
Not when it gets late. Okay, so I got a problem with risk assessment. And when I'm thinking about risk assessment, I'm thinking about what are the odds that an event could occur versus the consequences of the event should it occur. What are the odds that an airplane is going to crash into my house? Well, you know, the consequences would be really, really bad for me. Very bad for my house. The chances of that happening are very, very small. Hitting my house in particular. Airplanes do crash, but hitting my house is... So am I against airplanes flying overhead? No. If there was a train driving through our community that was hauling hydrogen sulfide, and that train were to overturn, that consequences would be terrible. It could involve a lot of people having to evacuate an area. The chances of it are small. It would be terrible if it occurred, but I think the chances are small, and we let trains go through. We are, as a community, very concerned about nuclear waste coming into our waste facilities. Why? Well, the consequences of a nuclear waste spill on our freeway are bad, really bad, right? I mean, that would not be good at all. And the chances of that are, well, I know how many accidents happen on I-94, and I drive up and down Belleville Road. You know, I drive over that dump. I see a lot of accidents. The chances of that are not actually all that low. And so we fight like hell to make sure that that sort of thing doesn't happen in our community, that we fight against nuclear waste disposal in the community, and that we pay attention to that. The problem that I'm having with this battery energy system is that I don't know enough about them to feel comfortable saying whether the chance that one of those things could catch fire is high or not. I see some graphs that say, hey, it's getting better all the time. They don't burn up anymore. We've improved the technology. There are fire doors on them. We listen. There are fire doors to help the firemen, and that we have good methods of handling it. Should a problem happen, the consequences aren't actually all that severe because we know how to handle it. We know hazmat, we know booms, we have a fire plan. And to mitigate it, the applicant has to have the $400,000 host agreement that I would assume, were it to pass, would go to fire department training and making absolutely certain that the consequences of a problem on this site were mitigated. But it doesn't do anything to help me understand what the chance of that problem happening will actually be. I hear a lot of people and a lot of evidence say these things catch fire all the time. You look at them wrong, they're going to explode. And I hear other applicants or battery manufacturers say, yeah, it just doesn't happen that much anymore. And I don't know. I'm not an expert. I really don't know. But what I have to say is, since I don't know, I have a hard time weighing whether this is a good thing or a bad thing for that particular area of our community. That was my big problem with it. I believe that we do have a moratorium on industrial development at this point. I want to talk about that for a minute because a BESS is an industrial development. I think someone asked us, what have you done for me lately? what have you done with this moratorium? What rules have you put in place? And I want to touch on that briefly. The reason, and staff, other commissioners, if I get this wrong or I say it wrong, step in, it's okay. I'm just going by my recollection. The reason we have a BESS law, the reason we put in ordinances that control BESS isn't because the township necessarily wanted to attract BESS, one way or the other. I'm not speaking badly of the applicant or any other BESS manufacturer. The reason we did it was because the state of Michigan published PA 233. It's a House bill that basically says, House bill, yeah?
Yeah, it's a House bill.
House
I thought
bill.
you were asking the bill number.
No, I think it's 233. And it basically says that unless a host community, unless a township, a village, or a city has specific rules around wind power farms, solar power farms, or energy systems, that the Michigan Public Utilities Commission rules apply. As long as we have a reasonable set of ordinances, we can hold an applicant trying to bring an energy system in to our standards and not to the state standards. Our standards are higher. You could argue maybe, well, they're different, but they're higher, certainly in terms of noise. Our local standards require a lot quieter. I think the applicant probably is well aware, having done the sound study, that we have a much more restrictive sound ordinance than the state allows. We also have screening requirements. We have sound walls. We have our traffic studies that we can put in. None of that applies if we hadn't put in those BESS ordinances. So, I think another commenter tonight, brought out maybe it's too little too late. Well, I don't think we were too little too late. I think we were right on time with the battery energy systems ordinances, because if we hadn't done anything, then the state rules apply. And I also am concerned that if we, as a community, it's not us, not the Planning Commission, unfortunately, it's going to go up to the Township Board of Trustees, but if the Township Board of Trustees can't enter into a home, my understanding is, if the Township Board of Trustees can't enter into a community agreement with a battery energy systems applicant, then the applicant is welcome to go apply to the PUC and get state approval, and then none of our zoning rules apply. And they can build it according to state regulations without any of our permission or without any of our input. So one of the reasons we have these planning commission meetings where we hold the applicant and we show them what our ordinances are is so that we can apply the ordinances that we felt made sense, so that we can do things like, say, that $400,000 host community agreement money that the state requires you to pay. The applicant's paying it, whether he's paying it to a charity of his choice or they are paying it to the Van Buren Township Fire Department or to the rest of our government. Well, that's up to us. So there's an argument to be made for saying we drafted rules that we felt were adequate at the time, and this applicant got their application in before we put in a moratorium. We could hold them to the current standards, and then the township reaps the benefit of that. The other alternative is, of course, that this goes up to the township board, and the township board denies it for reasons stated. And then the applicant will pursue whatever course they need to pursue next. I'm not going to recommend a course of action. But that's really my thinking on it. And what are the odds we're going to get another BESS come in? Well, right now we have a moratorium, so whatever we decide here tonight and whatever we're thinking about tonight, we need to be, well, we take pretty good notes, and that will feed back into our future BESS ordinances that we'll be paying attention to it, yeah? So I was wandering a little bit, but go ahead.
I want to actually sort of follow through on some of the reasoning of the wandering. So you sort of went down the road of, we established an ordinance because in essence we were kind of forced to do that, because essentially what you're saying is the state's going to make us do it anyway, their way. So what you're also saying is, based on that if we deny it tonight, if we run it down the road, deny it tonight, and even if the trustees follow through on our recommendation, and we listen to the people, right? What you're basically saying is special land use is not even, it's useless. Why do we even have special land use? It's kind of like even we're going through the motions, right? It feels like we should just be skipping straight to site plan approval because the state says we should. And the only difference maker that we can make in this is that we can write some rules ahead of that just so that we can get some things in it that we need to protect our people, right? And the fact is we can't protect everybody the way we'd like to because actually the way the ordinance is written, we can. But what you're saying is when it goes to the state, they can just overturn this at their will.
I'm not an attorney, Commissioner, but that's my understanding. That's how it was explained to me. I could be
But
wrong.
see, I guess I don't like to operate based on threats. I like to operate based on what the ordinance says we can do to make a good judgment call, based on the people that live around this and the people that we value, that have been in the community for 50 years.
Totally with you.
So I'd say I
Continue the discussion, Miss. And you said, why do we even have the special land use approval? The special land use approval, in my opinion, is there specifically so that we can have our residents come in.
That's a good point.
It requires public hearing. We had a public hearing before. It requires us to notify. It requires us to sit here and have this discussion in the open. So to propose not having the special land use or skipping it, I think is not good.
land use in general, yeah, it makes sense. But here we are specifically placing it against a best system. From that standpoint, all we're doing is airing our grievances, basically. And you're essentially saying it leads to nowhere eventually.
I don't know. I mean, I
Potentially.
don't know.
I'm not
The
saying-
state, there
and
is a
you're not
state
an
law.
attorney.
Yes.
Sorry, I would just like to add some information here for clarification purposes. So we make a recommendation to the board not to move forward with BES, okay? The applicant could very well go to the state of Michigan, okay? And if I understand it correctly, what'll happen is the state of Michigan will allow BES to come in without any of our input. The sound wall, the berms, everything that we've required, the 9 points that we've required, everything that we've required would go out the window. Is that correct? Is that, that's my understanding.
That's what he's saying.
That was my understanding.
That is my understanding.
Excuse me. This is our discussion.
I always want us to have control.
You missed a step. The step is that it goes to the trustees, and they have to either support us or
Support us.
if
Many times they will support us.
okay.
So I'd like to ask the applicant a question, if you can come up to the podium. So you've obviously heard our concerns here as commissioners. So say we deny you, we go to the trustees, they deny you. What would be your next step? Would you look somewhere else, or would you continue to pursue building in Van Buren Township?
Would have to have internal discussions, so I can't say anything definitively, but we would be considering going to the Michigan Public Service Commission to seek a certificate for citing our BES project here because of the location and closeness to the substation that's already in existence. There's a reason why we are looking at Van Buren Township specifically, and it has to do with where the substation is. And so going to the MPSC to seek a siting certificate is absolutely a pathway that we will be considering, and that RWE does have other pending projects at the MPSC, so we are familiar with that process. But again, to reiterate some of the incentives to having a local permitting process, it is to be in partnership with the township, and it is to adhere to the increased standards that your BES ordinance provides. And we are wanting to be a partner here and to satisfy those requirements. Not only are there not only are there 9 requirements under the special use standards, but there's also the requirements specific to the BES ordinance. And we feel like we've demonstrated compliance with all of those requirements. And so we do, request your recommendation to the board to approve the project. But
if either tonight there's a denial or at the board level there's a denial, we are ready to pursue certification through the MPSC.
Okay, thank you. Yes, excuse me.
Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, it's a poser, right? I like I said, I have a hard time gauging the risk assessment. That's really where I'm at. I feel like the applicant has really done a good job of addressing everything. The smoke thing, like Mr. DeBuck brings up. I mean, I'm not an expert. I don't know, and I see two sides of the story, and I have a very difficult time making a clear choice. On the one hand, I think it's a very nice site. I think it'll look good. I think you won't see it. I don't think you'll hear it. But again, I can't gauge the risk of what are the odds of it catching fire and putting out a toxic flume, because the consequences of that are terrible, even if the odds are low. I'm really on the fence.
Through the chair, can you address the flumes from the fire? You're saying if it's a closed, how is there going to be fumes?
Okay. So yeah, thanks for the opportunity to speak to that. A couple things to note. The concerns are obviously legit. I would have the same concerns, but we are not necessarily comparing apples to apples. Some of the things that we find on the internet and some of the numbers that we find there just compile a whole bunch of batteries, different chemistries, different applications, mobile technologies, like a scooter, for instance. I don't want to have one of those at home because I know that those are not regulated like our best containers are. So it lumps a whole bunch of stuff there. So when we're not careful, when we look at the different data that is out there, then information can get skewed, and it leads us in I wouldn't say in the wrong direction. As far as the plume and also the water situation that was brought up. So these systems are designed in such a way, right, that they're able to, in a worst case scenario, so they invest a lot of money up front to ensure that this doesn't get to that point, right? In the most, extreme event, if you would, these containers, for instance, they have these panels, right, that are able to control the burn, right? So we're not talking about like forest fires or this massive things that we probably seen on the Moss Landing situation. This is, again, it's not apples to apples. This is that was an interior installation. It didn't have the same features, safety features. It didn't adhere to the same standards that are now in place that we adhere to, that we meet them or exceed them, right? Because again, as a company, we don't want to have any type of issues with a project under our name. So specifically on those panels, so if there's any rain or any situation like that, while there is an event, so the likelihood of an event happening is extremely slow, right? Now, the likelihood of that event happening while it's pouring down, it makes it a little bit less, a little bit more extreme for those two to combine. If that were to happen, this, again, the UL 9540A testing is so important because it gives us an insight on how these batteries will react in this type of scenarios. For instance, if it's raining and if it's burning, it has only basically two compartments, these deflagration panels, where the fire would be basically seen, right? So this, and again, the amount of water that we're thinking about getting into those sections, again, it's very hard for me to believe that something major is going to happen when we have a footprint of a deflagration panel and that water getting in there and that water sipping and doing all of this other stuff. Also, the containers themselves are built in such a way that they don't melt. It's not like there's a big fire and now these containers melt and now we have this like huge situation on our hands. Again, they have a controlled burn designed to them so that when we go through the process and as we submit the different information, you're able to see what this control fires look like, right? And they will look like in the case of the latest one that I was looking at, it's a container with 4 different pods or sections. They initiate one of these devices to test out worst case scenarios. And in that testing, the result was that just one of those pods went in thermal runaway. It did not spread to the adjacent pods, and that's within one container, right? So it didn't spread to the next pod, and most definitely didn't spread to the container in front of it, behind it, and to the side of it. So again, the concern is real, 100%. But if we actually hone into what we are proposing, we're able to see that the concern is already being addressed through the equipment, through the engineering, through the operation, and through the partnership that we have with the local fire departments. The plume, again, is the same situation, right? It's a controlled fire, so the flame will go out from that specific deflagration panel. And yes, you will see like this events of the flame, going off because it's gonna be catching the different batteries or cells within that one section. So you will see that, right? But you will see it controlled, and you will see it within that pod or modular link, or whatever the manufacturer names. There's concerns about the escalation of where these things get to, like, right? So like across the street and stuff like that. Like, we're able to see through testing that it doesn't get to the pod next to it. So it's really, again, concern is real, 100%. I would have the same concern, but the testing and the engineering and everything that we have in front of us does not support those types of concerns. Now, if we had those concerns, I wouldn't be here trying to tell you guys something that I wouldn't be comfortable with. So I've seen the data, I've seen the information, I have all of that, and I can see it, and I can see how it doesn't necessarily match some of the things that we may find somewhere else. And I hope that answers your question.
Did that answer your question, Commissioner Hutchinson?
Yes, and I just want to ask another question of Caitlin, please. We too believe in, being good neighbors. We want to partner with businesses. I just would like to know, like, if you go back, you have some internal conversations, you tell your internal people that, doesn't seem like this community wants us, you would still pursue going through the state of Michigan.
We would still explore our options for certification for a best storage facility here. Yes. And that has to do with a lot of our agreements already in place with MISO and
And
location.
MISO is what? Michigan?
System operators.
Mid-continent, it's the overarching ISO, so the system operator of the grid. It spans multiple states, and that's where we have a queue position that's relatively mature for this project and technology.
Have you?
Timeline associated.
Yeah. And so there's a timeline and when we bring our project online.
I just would like to ask my fellow commissioners how you feel about that.
Well, I look at this and I say, they present a lot of good information, but it's very, very new technology. There's no guarantees. There's no historical data behind it over years of use. And I would even say they probably have even mentioned that there's a real concern for an event happening. Let's put it this way. An event could happen on the second day they're installed or never. But that's a risk, right? And how do you assess that risk? I'm not willing to put our people, in the front line of that risk. There's 248 of these units on 48 acres. And this is new technology.
I'm not willing to make that risk either. However, I would like us, Van Buren Township, to be in control. And if it goes up to the state of Michigan, I feel like we, Van Buren Township, will lose control.
That's if it does, yes.
And through the chair, I would just add to that I appreciate, I do think you guys have answered a lot of questions that we've had. But again, I just don't see, these new changes to the technology, I don't see how that makes them meet our special land use requirements.
Right.
Yeah, I support the technology. I think we need to develop it out. But are we the ones that need to be the guinea pigs, I guess, is my biggest concern here.
I'd even be concerned as well that we do have 9 items that we need to make a call on, and I've pointed out 4. And the residents have listened, and if we go against those concerns that they have that we've already acknowledged and vote for it regardless, what are they going to do? I mean, we're kind of between a rock and a hard place a bit, but I guess I'm going to stick where I'm at.
I wasn't trying to change your mind. I was just adding that additional layer of information that makes it a really tough decision.
One important thing, and I appreciate that, is that dialogue is very important, and I think we're being very transparent in this session with the people knowing that we have a choice. Whereas, I'm going to just reflect on the other project, whereas we didn't truly legally, and I'll point it out, truly legally didn't have a choice, but we had a choice to fight. It wasn't for show. It was for people's livelihoods. You know, it was for their investments, and we lost that. But for this one, we have a choice. We can, based on special land use, it allows us, based on these 9 criteria, to deny special land use, which essentially, if the state does get involved and say the trustees do back us up, you know, they may have to look for a different site, but maybe not so close to a residential area or to one of our most valuable assets other than the lake, you know, within the, you know, Van Buren Township.
Any other comments, commissioners?
One more question for staff. If it's a recommendation to deny, it does go to the township board for consideration?
Yes.
It still goes back to the board. Yes.
That's all I need to know.
Okay, no other questions? Commissioners, do you have a decision on this item?
I have a motion I'd like to make. If everybody's willing, I'd like for case 25-040, the battery energy storage system proposal to be located on a 22.27 acre parcel site by Staghorn Best LLC. I'd like to recommend not to grant a special land use for this project.
Support.
Who was this? And we have a motion to deny special land use and support. Motion by Commissioner Grant, support by Commissioner Paul. Discussion on the motion.
Mr. Chairman, I think that in the case that we're making a denial up to the Township Board of Trustees, it's important that we document in the motion the exact reasons why it's being denied. The commissioner who made the motion did a very eloquent job of stating his position before. I would hope that he could do it again for the motion.
We add the meeting minutes into it as part of that motion from what I said originally, so it's fully transcribed correctly. Thank you.
You actually can do a motion extract that can go with that.
Thank you.
And my support stands.
Any other discussion on the motion? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Medina Atchison,
No.
Jackson Paul,
Yes.
Jeff Jar,
Yes.
Bernie Grant,
Yes.
Sherry Budd, Brian Cullen.
So we're denying the special land use, the recommendation to the Township Board to deny special land use.
Mr. Chairman, because we are still on this action item, we also have another action item at the end, which is the consideration of the preliminary site plan approval. My understanding is that, you know, any preliminary site plan approval would have to then be contingent, of course, on the special land use. The approval of the preliminary plan would have to be dependent on a special land use approval, which may or may not come from our township board. I would ask the commission, should we consider a motion for or against the site plan, the preliminary site plan?
Can we move for a postponement of it till we get a
Yeah,
motion on
That's what we did with
an action from the township board?
As long as there's an action, that's fine with me. I just don't want to let it, I don't want to let
Hang.
it drop. Yeah, I don't want to let it hang. I will say that I do like the site plan. I believe it meets all the criteria of the site plan requirements for the zoning, just so that, you know where I'm at on that one.
And I'll reiterate, from a project standpoint, and I'm not talking about from what it is, from a project standpoint, they did a pretty nice job
Oh, yeah.
of what they needed to do to hide what they have. I mean, it does work from that standpoint, but it has impacts, and that's where the special land use didn't, came into play.
We'll recess in a minute. Okay, so then, continuing along, do we have an action concerning the preliminary site plan?
Commissioner, you want to make it a twofer?
I'd like to make a motion to postpone the special, actually, pardon me, the preliminary site plan approval for case 23-040 battery energy storage system, best system of Staghorn. Well, until,
Such time.
right, and I'll add into it, until such time that the Board of Trustees have made a determination as to what their answer is going to be
For special land.
for special land use. Thank you.
That.
We have a motion by Commissioner Grant, supported by Commissioner Jar, to postpone the action on the preliminary site plan until we receive action from the board. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Bernie Grant.
Yes.
Medina Atchison. Jackson Paul. Jeff Jar. Brian Cullen.
Yes. So we have a postponement on the preliminary site plan. Okay. Moving ahead.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I'm wondering if it'd be appropriate to take a bio
Bio-
break.
Yes. I was going to say, at this time, I'd like to recess for 10 minutes, please. You're more than welcome. Oh, hold on to this. This is our next two comments.
Hold on to that, you need it.
I think it'll be under.
It'll be under 5, yeah.
You consider emotions. The state of Michigan doesn't consider emotions. They only consider what's presented as facts. These people all have emotional things, not facts. You know, you should deal with facts.
based off of the ordinance, sir.
Deal with facts.
Don't talk to him for
I know, you understand.
institutions. That's the broad term that encompasses all these different childcare uses. Currently, we have childcare centers, family childcare homes, and group childcare homes defined in our ordinance. We do not have childcare caring institutions, child placing agencies, foster family homes, foster family group homes, camps or shelter homes. We also provided on page 4 a summary of the definition. It's a little less wordy than the one in the state act, as well as on the following page a case study of some other communities in Michigan and what terms they include, where they're permitted, if they apply additional use standards to them. But I believe tonight this item is discussion. We'd like to know if Planning Commission feels like this warrants looking into more specific language and adding and incorporating child caring institutions. Child caring institutions are a facility that provides 24-hour care for one or more children, not related to the operator. Additionally, child placing agencies are they arrange and supervise placement of children into foster care homes, child caring institutions, or adoptive homes. So we laid out the terms that were not provided in the ordinance. I think we were looking for guidance as if any of those feel warranted or less warranted. One of the items we wanted to note is that we don't feel particularly, some of the peer community or other communities do also include foster family home or foster group home. We don't think that would necessarily require a special use or a special, I guess, use to be defined in there. To us, it seems very similar to almost like if you had an adopted child or something of that nature. It's still going to be a residential. It's not, a for-profit type thing. So again, up to the Planning Commission's discretion. We also, if any of these organization or you'd want to add to the zoning ordinance, also be interested in kind of hearing your thoughts on which districts they would be permitted in, and if there's any additional standards that you might want to apply. For example, child care centers, we do have additional use standards for, as well as group child care homes as well. So a lot of information in that, but I guess any questions?
Okay.
Through the chair, I was just going to let you all know that we do have a couple people from Guiding Harbor here if you have questions or anything for them as well.
Okay.
You have something you'd like to present to us before? I'm going to bypass the directions in our
It might help.
agenda.
I
Yes.
wasn't sure if they were coming or
Will help
not,
our
so I didn't
discussion.
put them here.
Hi. And introduce yourself for us, please.
Sure. My name is Jennifer Trotter, and I'm the CEO of Guiding Harbor. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. I wanted to share a little bit about who we are and why we're here. Guiding Harbor is a nonprofit foster care agency, and we've been serving Michigan's most vulnerable children and families since 1958. We've been rooted in the Belleville area, in the city of Belleville, and in Van Buren Township for nearly every one of those nearly 70 years. Our tagline is foster care with a heart, and that's exactly what we are. We license and recruit foster homes. We manage foster care cases. We facilitate adoptions. We operate Girls Town, our residential treatment program for adolescent girls, and we run an Independent Living Plus program that supports youth, young adults who are aging out of the foster care system as they prepare to live on their own. There are approximately 10,000 children in Michigan's foster care system right now. We serve youth from birth to age 21. These are children who have experienced trauma, loss, and instability. Everything we do is designed to give them safety, healing, and a genuine chance at a bright future. We are not here because Van Buren Township is convenient. We are here because this community has been a home to our children for generations. Van Buren Township is where so many of our kids have grown up, have gone to school, made friends, and found their footing. This is the ground they know. And this community has showed up for them again and again. Van Buren Township has welcomed us, supported us, and cheered our kids on. That is not something we take lightly and is not something we're willing to leave behind. We want to stay. We want to grow our roots deeper here, but to do that, we need this community to take an important step for us tonight. To be clear, we're not here to request approval for a specific parcel or a specific site plan. We have not identified the land we will build on. We are asking for something more foundational than that. What we're asking for is for the commission to update the zoning ordinance to make our proposed use possible in a residential district. Right now, the ordinance does not have a provision that fits what we do. Before we can move forward with finding land and developing plans, we need to know that Van Buren Township's rules will allow us to be here. Tonight is about opening that door. Once the door is open, we will bring you a full site plan, engage with neighbors, and go through every appropriate review process. We are committed to doing this the right way, but we cannot begin the work until the ordinance reflects the reality of what organizations like ours do and the value we bring to the communities we serve. We are in the midst of a capital campaign to bring our programs and our administration together under one roof or on one land for the first time in our history. The unified campus we envision would include our Girlstown residential program renovated and expanded to better support trauma-informed care for adolescent girls. Our Independent Living Plus program would be in a purpose-built home that gives young adults their own space and stability as they prepare for adulthood. And our administrative building, which will house our leadership team, case managers, and support staff, and serve as the operational heart of everything that we do. With this campus, we'll be able to serve 40% more children in foster care and elevate the quality and dignity of every service we provide. I want to be direct that the children in our care have often never known what a real home feels like. Many have been moved from place to place, from shelter to shelter, from one unfamiliar setting to the next. The most important thing we can give them before anything else is the experience of a home. That is why a residential district is not just a preference for us, it is a clinical and programmatic necessity. The kids need to walk outside and see houses, not warehouses. They need to feel like they are part of a community, not set apart from one. A residential setting is foundational to the trauma-informed care model we practice. We've been doing this in residential settings in this community for nearly 70 years. The neighbors who have lived alongside our Girlstown program on Quirk Road can speak to the kind of neighbor we are. We take that responsibility seriously, and we always will. Commissioners, we are not asking for you to do something for Guiding Harbor. We are asking you to do something for the children of this community, children who have already been let down by too many systems, too many adults. Updating the ordinance costs nothing, but for a child who finally has a real home in a real neighborhood and in the community where they grew up means everything. We've been here for nearly 70 years. We intend to be here for 70 more. And we hope with your support tonight that our next chapter begins right here in Van Buren Township. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I've been here myself a long time. I remember when Girlstown was on Liberty Street. Mhm.
That's right.
Before you built the apartment there on Quirk Road.
On Quirk Road. The Quirk Road location was built in 1974.
I remember when that went up.
Can we ask questions?
Yes.
Through the chair. So you do mention something about a campus setting, but residential is. Can you describe a little bit of what you kind of foresee something like to be like?
Our vision would be for 3 buildings on one property.
Okay.
So 2 buildings would include places where kids would actually live.
Right.
So our Girlstown residential program and our Independent Living Plus program, kids live in those houses.
Right.
And then our administration building would also be on that campus, and nobody would live there. So that would be more like a business where
Gee, I know a
office
site
hours.
that, but it's already taken. No, I understand that. Yeah, actually, I've done projects for people in need. I've worked on a HOPE project once in And honestly, to be able to give back to the community in a way like that, for us to be able to do that as Van Buren Township would be, I think it would really be a big benefit to the community to see something like that come into place. But I would say the only question I might have leads back to the ordinance a little bit, and I think that you've explained it pretty well here, but maybe verbally you can talk a little bit about how, based on the current ordinance, just, like quick, high level without going into this right away, how their campus setting with what they're looking to put on it, how does our ordinance stop them from doing that? And if they wanted to do a combination of things like that as a campus, what would the site need to be zoned for that to be the case?
Yeah, that was my questions as well.
Hey, could I interject just a quick question
Sure.
to the applicant? Or, nah,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you're not an applicant. You're an
Hey.
advocate. Sorry about that. I know this is not a question for Guiding Harbor in particular, but since you're bringing it up, I see in our consultant's letter that there's actually relevant state of Michigan laws with regard to child care licensure, Licensing Act 116 of 1973. There's like 5 different categories that we don't have defined in our zoning ordinance. Which one do you think you are? Do you have,
If
you
I-
know the list?
If
Sorry.
I understand the question
Sure, the
correctly,
same
like what
question,
are
yeah.
our current licenses? Is
Yeah.
that what you're asking?
Well, the Michigan state law says there's child care institutions, child placing agencies, foster family homes, foster family group homes, camps, and shelter homes.
Yes.
Which are you?
We're a child caring institution and a child placing agency.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. That answered my question to the presenter, to the advocate. Thank you.
Then the next question.
Sorry about that, Commissioner.
It falls
Good.
to the two ends, I think. What does our ordinance?
Sure. So, I guess the problem we were having is some parts of what we have for child care, child care centers, although those are more commercial in nature, or family child care homes don't cover the 24-hour component that is essential to a child caring institution. And a lot of the 24-hour supervision ones don't apply to children, they apply to adults for adult foster care. So
Okay.
I think we were struggling because we would have to put it in one of those, but then, perhaps the ordinance wasn't intending for overnight or, 24/7 care, and that would be, could be, against the intent of what the ordinance envisioned for allowing, because most of these are allowed in residential districts currently, either as permitted or special land use depending.
So it's a 24-hour portion of it is what I'm hearing, yeah.
She's non-conforming then for what she has on Quirk Road, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
You do not take foster care, though. I mean, adult foster care.
No
You-
adult foster care.
You're just wanting children to, what age do they?
With us, they can stay with us until they turn 21. They still are considered children until they turn 21 if they're in foster care.
Okay.
Yeah. Kind of.
The licensing would require, so they have a ratio of how many children the institution cares for and how many can be over 18 as a ratio. So
Yeah, actually, Rick, you're answering my next question. I was going to ask about the same, what's the ratio of the different age groups that would be in here?
So at our Girlstown residential program, we can take kids from age 10 to 17, and we have 1 staff for every 4 residents.
Okay.
And in our Independent Living Plus program, that serves kids ages 16 to 19. And we have 1 staff with them on 24/7.
So if I understand, Brian, through the chair, if I understand correctly, then we are missing child care institutions, zoning for that. We're missing child placing agency, foster family homes, foster family group homes. Are we missing that piece that we need to fill in so that they could apply to build a new building?
so
I'm sorry.
sure, all of those definitions are there, whether or not the definition would then lead to different standards or things. So I guess the short answer is yes, all those definitions are missing from the ordinance, or not considered. Some of them probably can be consolidated into certain groupings, but.
you're not considered foster in any way, are you?
They do. They're foster placement.
Home,
They're a foster placement.
foster home, but we provide services to foster homes.
That's your administrative piece of it, though.
Administrative piece.
We're not concerned with foster homes per se to affect you, or for what we're looking for, I guess.
That I would clarify that our Independent Living Plus program that is for kids 16 to 19, that falls under the child placing agency license, not the child caring institution license. So
I'm just worried about the foster care, foster family homes, foster family group homes, camps, and that end of things. We're looking at taking care of these kids that are put together more institutionally. I don't like that word. I taught for 30 years, so I don't like that word. But institutional look is more of what you are concerned with, or what for children.
yes.
Through the
Okay.
chair, who at all controls the number? Like they were talking, how many 18-year-olds and how many that, does the state control that, or?
Determined by our license and the contract that we have with the state of Michigan. So
Okay, so we're not concerned about that. We just want to get it covered so that you can buy a parcel of ground and get it, put your 3 buildings on.
That's right.
That's basically what the concern that you have with the township, correct? Okay.
You have a certain count you want to try to achieve, right? As far as all the different age groups,
yes.
and which I don't know if the state max, puts a limit on that or not. But is it safe to say that you're going to try to push for as much as you can? I mean,
We have contracted ratios that we, for example, at our Girlstown residential program, we're contracted for 8 youth
really?
at any
Okay.
given time. So
okay.
we will likely stay within that. We don't have plans to expand that.
I'm not saying it's a good thing if you can, I think, because
Right.
there's a demand for it. So
I think that where we look at seeing an increase in our service delivery really is related to our foster care program and our ability to serve more kids in the community,
okay.
not in our residential programs.
Starting to speak, Commissioner Atchison.
I guess because Guiding Harbor is non-conforming, would we write an ordinance that basically services them so that they could move the facility?
No, I don't think I would ever advise writing an ordinance for a single property or owner, but I think that one of the bigger pieces is that child caring institution is missing.
Speaking to is missing.
Any other place that has a part that we could see what it is?
Well,
Has a need for that,
if anyone else has a need,
the community.
has a need for, or has, I mean, the nice thing about most, I guess, state licensing is you can look it up online. So, they do have current licenses for the child caring institution and child placing. So we could look at communities that have a child caring institution license and see how they handle it. It might be one of those gray areas in their ordinance is probably my guess, because so I've done a lot of work on the childcare side for family homes, childcare centers, and group homes, but I have not really come across child caring institutions as commonly. So there were some examples. It's harder to find those, but we could look at where they're located.
Are you saying that if we were to incorporate these Michigan license categories, these 6 different categories that they have, if we were to incorporate those into our zoning ordinance, we'd be the first community to do it?
I confidently say that.
So I haven't done the research yet, so
But
what you're
we'd
looking
be-
for is the guidance from us as to whether or not it would be a worthwhile project to see what other communities have done regarding this.
Well, we did. There are some examples, I suppose, and it's not laid out with their exact ordinances. I was trying to be a little more concise. I knew my memo was getting long, but Yeah, how, we could look further into, we could provide examples, we could provide draft language, if you're wanting to explore that.
Consistent with, our neighbors and
I
see
agree.
what other communities have done.
No problem being consistent, and if we need to exceed that, to be
Oh,
the
yeah.
lead on that as well, so.
Absolutely. Wow, a chorus. Yeah, so I'm looking at it and I think that if our ordinance is outdated and doesn't use the same terms as the licensing board in the state of Michigan, we ought to modernize it and we ought to bring in those license categories so that it's clear. I think that you're probably right. We don't really want to put in our own definition of foster care for children in the ordinance, like your memo says. State of Michigan can take care of that. That's licensing.
Right.
I know you said that you don't formally recommend defining 24-hour child care services either, as it's not clearly addressed. You would recommend formally defining 24-hour care services, right? And that sounds good. So, in accordance with the license terms that the states puts out, I think that's a great idea. I'm a little concerned about your comment that if there's a campus with a house and a house for people to live in, and then another building that's more of an office space, like cubes and a break room and that kind of thing. Well, we don't let offices be, we don't have offices in our residential districts, although in our RM district, where we build apartment buildings, apartments are allowed to have clubhouses. So maybe there might be something there that you could look into.
Yeah, like maybe it's. you
I
define
would
it
think
as-
that
As an accessory to the main.
like an in-home office,
Yeah.
if it was a foster care facility that had an in-home office component that was smaller, a room for the administrative staff to work on that's in the same house
3 or
as the
4
children.
rooms that
Well,
could
to a certain, there must be some kind, you can't turn the whole house into an office because that's the ordinance
Well, I don't
doesn't
think,
generally
I'm
allow
not
it,
so,
right?
I guess that would be a question I would ask too, is this, what we're calling the office component, which I might consider to be an accessory to the use of the entire campus. What does that look like? I mean, because you reference it as maybe a couple rooms, but.
Yeah, that would be
is
a
it-
good question for the
is it-
advocate.
is it-
What does that look like?
Yeah, what?
Administration building would look like, or?
Yeah, yeah.
It is, we would need a building with several offices for supervisors, several offices or cubicles for our staff to sit. We have family visit rooms, because when kids are in foster care, their families, they get to visit with their families in a supervised setting. And so we provide those supervised visits on site, staff
Well,
kitchen.
If I could just interrupt for just a second. Are we talking about a house? Or are you talking about a custom-built building?
About a custom-built building.
What I'm envisioning, what I'm seeing when she's talking is, we're talking about a campus that has a setting that's very residential-like, which means you're not going to get into an office building, that's one-story flats. They want it to have the residential feel, so it's all going to be tied together that way, so it won't appear that way. So I would think that somehow, it maybe could be tied as a campus building to the main use or something like that, maybe some language.
And maybe that's something our consultant can explore. What I think we
Could it-
don't want to do is have it a general ordinance in residential that says not the advocate, but anyone in the state could buy up 3 houses in a row to turn 2 of them into a foster care services, people living in it, and then completely repurpose residence as an office space. That's what we want to probably not have. If it's a purpose-built building, that's a different thing.
Right.
Right? That's a different thing. You understand what you see what I'm saying?
Yeah. And I think we were trying to get at that in there, that use we would consider it right now as an office use, which wouldn't be allowed in residential. There is a case, I guess, for it being accessory to that, but again, we don't have any definition for their use in the first place, so it would be sort of hard to do that at that point as well. But that would be something to consider adding as an additional standard tied to that sort of.
How do we deal with clubhouses in these, because those are PUD, is that because they're PUD?
Oh, like in an apartment complex?
Not just an apartment complex, but
Even in a- yeah, it's
housing.
because it's a PUD.
PUD?
Yeah, it's because it's a housing development.
Well,
Is there some way we can deal with that? Because clubhouse isn't much different than what they're asking for.
Sure, Lauren. Maybe one of these kind of facilities available as a planned unit
Yeah.
development type process
We're
might be a
talking
good
campus
tool.
here, rather than individual.
Ordinance does allow private clubhouses in the RM by right.
In RM, yeah, by right.
RM, but
if they were
with that, but then we have to look for a piece of property that is RM zoned, where they could find a piece that was R1A.
Trotter, can you tell us of a facility similar to yours that's outside of Van Buren Township? Because we need to kind of like model whatever they've done, because I guess we're pretty far behind, so that we can somehow accommodate this gap that we have in our ordinances.
Yeah, the first one that comes to mind is Vista Maria in Dearborn Heights. It is not closed. They closed their residential program, but the agency is still there. I think it,
Good.
I don't know, the land that they're on, I think, had something to do with a historical church, Catholic church. I don't know if that gives them different zoning rules, but another would be Christ Child House in Detroit on Joy Road. Now they have a residential, they just completed their renovation. It's a residential program and foster care services, but it's in one building. Theirs is together,
They're not
but,
three buildings, just
right,
one building.
they're one building.
Do you know when they built that?
They opened their groundbreaking, or their open house was this year. In
So it's fairly recent?
Yes.
It's not 1972 or? Okay.
Whereas Vista Maria has been around like 100 years. So, who else?
Well,
It's a good start, you know, and I think that I think we need to like look at both of these communities and see what they've done and see how we can replicate it here to accommodate the gap that we have.
I'd be willing to recommend to staff that they pursue this project. I don't know if I
Absolutely.
want to schedule a public hearing yet,
No.
but I'd
no.
like, yeah,
Okay,
no
we
public
need to
hearing yet.
see it.
I want to
Yeah.
see some, I want to see some draft ordinance.
This is something staff would start drafting as opposed to like committee. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so I do want to just note as well, it seems like there's concern over, a campus aspect as well. In every residential district, schools or colleges are permitted as well, which are kind of a classic campus. Often we sort of point to that when we're advocating for childcare centers, which are actually special land use in all of those, which is usually less intense than a school, but it's not out of the ordinary to have institutional uses in residential. And I do think there is a path forward that would help future 24/7 child caring organizations, find a place in the township.
I would like in your study to have some assessment of neighboring communities, maybe go back to McKenna and hit the old database and see if anybody else has any similar ordinances that we might be able to.
Steal from? Excuse me, borrow.
I wasn't even going to say crib. I was going to say learn from. But yeah, if you could do that in your analysis and bring us back some draft ordinance for us to review and consider in more detail, I think I'd be in favor of it, yeah?
Yes, absolutely.
So I don't think do we need a motion?
I don't know. Do we need a motion
Nah.
to?
It's a
for-
dis- a
No, we're
discussion.
directing staff. There's no motion.
We're directing
staff.
Mr. Chairman, would you direct staff?
Staff, do what we said.
Is that cool?
Yes, got it?
Good.
Okay, so, yes, we are going to
Thank
move
you.
ahead to try to get something created that you would be able to fit into. How does that sound?
Fantastic. Thank
Okay.
you.
We're not going to try, we're going to make it happen. Lauren is amazing.
Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you all.
You're welcome. Okay, moving ahead to the next to last item of the evening. We have Hotel Height Ordinance Amendment Memo. Discuss proposed hotel height ordinance amendment. First up, presentation from the township staff. You're on the deck again, Lauren. I bypassed you this time, Mrs. Wood.
I think as Planning Commission remembers, it's probably a few meetings ago at this point, but the two potential hotels that had interest in developing in the township brought forward the concern about our height limit or restrictions being 40 feet with 4 stories, and that the allowance for more but requiring a step back was not, and amenities on the roof were not aligned with safety standards and things of that nature. So, and again, part of that is due to kind of how the hotel industry, from our understanding, how that is moving and how they are wanting to or needing to build these hotel buildings. I know it was discussed between 40 or 50 and 55 feet. I believe we put the more conservative number 50, but we would defer, I guess, to the gentleman requesting these changes that, for clarification, if that would meet the needs or if it would need to be 55 to meet that. Again, the intent, as we understand it, behind that 2025 text amendment was to ensure that buildings weren't just flat on the face, and to add, in the B-ROD district, that architectural interest and variation as well. And so we have provided some potential directions that we feel are feasible. Again, the more minds, the better. If anyone from this or independently of this does have, additional directions, this is certainly not, the only 3 things you could do. And the first being removal of the step back requirement or removal requirement to contain amenities. So this would just remove that provision that requires the step back for the maximum, would remove the step back, which is the maximum allowable height. The extent of facade variation would need to be evaluated. We also just wanted to note there are other architectural standards in the B-ROD district that do also address architectural variation. So they're required to vary every 75 feet in that gateway mixed use sub-area. So that could be anything from dividing it into multiple buildings, a break or articulation in the facade, significant change in facade design, placement of windows, doors, openings, or position of awning and canopies. Another potential direction is just increasing the allowable height across the board in the B-ROD to allow buildings up to 50 or 55 feet. We would have to likely go back and remove or change some of the language about a height maximum, since there would be that would remove that incentive piece. And again, we would want to ensure that there's still the variation required. And then the third one is to allow exclusively hotels to increase to 50 or 55 feet. I think this one we're a little cautious of just because there might be other uses that are going to be constructing their buildings the same way. And so maybe that is almost like too short-sighted to only include hotels as part of that. So I guess overall, we're looking for direction, again, similar to the other one, on actually drafting some language, bringing back some ordinance language to this planning commission. Key considerations: how tall should the buildings in the B-ROD district be with or without a height bonus? Is the step back requirement feasible in serving the intent of the ordinance? Are there buildings or uses that may be 4 stories and would use the step back area for amenities? And does the current facade variation requirement sufficiently address those concerns for that variation in that district?
And I believe you're here to speak on behalf of the raising the, or eliminating the step backs?
That was a long night.
Oh, it's mild compared to the last one.
Should have been here last time. I think you were, actually.
Yes, I was. My name is Ghassan Abdenour from JV and Associate. I'm the architect of the project. The owner couldn't make it here tonight. So the reason why like we discussed last time, to be able to build a four-story building because of the requirement, the trusses, the mechanical units, the structure itself, the 50 feet is very close. That's what we need. The reason, if you want to go to 55, like we have two hotels, sometimes they have one element that goes just as a signage or something, just to make it happen for the building. But 50 to 55 is a good number. 50, we can build it for that. We did. One of the hotels we're doing, the main roof is 49 feet 8 inches, and the other one is 50 feet. But there's at the entrance, they require something a little higher in a small area just to go maybe to another 3-4 feet above. The reason why we're asking for this is, first, structurally, we can build a 40 feet, I want to defer to the architect.
I was
And
going to ask you already.
and we did discuss it last time. I can be ingenious if I can make it happen and meet all code. So that's why we're here in front of you, to ask you for that help, so we can go for the 50 feet and up to the 55 feet, because sometime the township might ask for screening on the roof if there is any element of mechanical units, and that mechanical units will go up to 55 feet, just because above the roof, and we want to screen the mechanical units for it. So that's kind of what I'm asking, and I'm kind of like to answer any questions you have. So, and besides, I want to add something about most of these hotels we're getting. Not too many hotels they're requiring, and in these two models, they only ask now for 4 stories. They don't ask a lot for 3 stories anymore. And since we discussed it last time, I did kind of do a sketch to see if we go to 3-story, I will lose like maybe 45 parking. So that's gonna create another issue with the parking requirement related to the same number of rooms. So that means we're gonna need more land, we're gonna need more parking, and that creates an issue. So I will answer any questions you have.
More rooms, not more parking. Well, parking goes with your rooms, but I mean, the reason we're going up is for rooms, right?
That's right, yes.
So with regard to the screening, I would imagine that the ordinance, now if it's like, if the screening's just for units, it's probably not part of the roof, but if it's, the screening is integral to the roof, say if you have a sloped roof and you want to hide it, then it would be part of the total height.
Yes, if you're doing like a sloped roof, we're gonna go to the midpoint usually.
You want to use the roof.
But if we go like a flat, most of these are becoming flat now, the kind of the newer ones. But if you go with the sloped roof, we're gonna require more height. It's actually,
So,
But what I'm saying is, I think that if you need more height for screening if you're using the roof to do it, right?
yeah, in a hotel, really, only the corridors, we use units for them. So you only have maybe 2-3 units, very small at the center of the roof. Most of the units are inside the room. Each room has its own units, so we don't have a lot of units on the roof.
So long as the equipment on the roof is used for, the primary use that it is, it's not like you're putting a mini data center on the roof or something. They're getting
Likes to jab. She likes to throw a jab.
creative with them, but we allow up to 15 feet as acceptable height for that. So that's typically used from things like church spires or antennas on roofs.
So
But
a couple RTUs for general air circulation, basically, would just get a normal screen. It's not part of the roof height, right?
Yes. I mean, some cities require it, some cities don't, so it depends.
so yeah, most ordinances do have some sort of height exception that allows,
I know that
for the
we
total height.
typically,
We're doing home tour here. They do have a little area just for the signage, just to light it up. So that's the only one going to 54 feet. Everything else is 50.
Can you do a quick description of your construction floor to floor?
The construction from the floor, like if the rooms are 9 feet ceiling, And usually you have a drop ceiling. We do have a unit that sometime we do have some unit into the roof. So we play maybe with 1 foot if we have to do. So that becomes like to 9 feet. The trusses is minimum 12 inches.
Wood trusses.
Yes, wood trusses. Most of these hotels are building them for wood trusses because
Yeah, and you're not running any ductwork through them anyway because it's all packaged units for the units.
create soffits like this,
Right.
and they kind of heat in just specific corners.
Your ductwork's running down corridors to the main reception areas. That's about it, though.
That's right, yes. But most of these hotels, the first floor, they do require more than 9 feet because there's a seating area, there's an open space. So most of the first floor, we go minimum to 10 feet.
Okay.
Plus, you have to add your units. So if you start adding, you're within almost 10 feet and a half to 11 feet just per floor. And that's why you keep going. And on the top, you need to have a parapet because we don't want the water to go out. So we have at least 2 feet parapet for the water and the drainage.
So you're doing internal drainage, not scuppering it?
It's just because it's 4 feet. If we do it external, it's bad for the. We don't want water to go into the sidewalks. We want to connect it to the storm directly and clean it. So
I mean, based on the construction type and how he's planning on building it, I can understand why he'd need the height.
yeah, because I mean, if you add the numbers, you can't do it by 4 feet.
I understand. Anybody else? Comments?
Quick question. So it's not economically feasible to build 4 stories? Like, is that kind of the whole concern here? Is that just trying to get as many,
No,
units,
I
rooms?
mean, usually like the hotel we're dealing with, they only want 4 stories, or they cancel the project. Because most of the new hotels, as you see them, they're mainly 4 stories.
And the 4 stories, with the way they're built now, brings that above 50. That's
50
the issue.
feet, yes. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's room count plus the construction type.
They have their own numbers how they do it. So we have one stay bridge and we have one home too, and they're both kind of the same idea.
Thank you.
The only problem, I don't have a problem with the hotel because we can limit where the hotels are. But if we change that ordinance to anything being 50 to 55 feet, the problem we'll have is that if you drive down Belleville Road, because that's on the B-Rod, you're going to see a bunch of flat up facades straight up 50 feet. And that was one of the reasons we wanted the setback as you got over 40 feet, is to break that so that you didn't have that, a hotel sitting out on the service drive, possibly not up front, not next to another building, probably isn't going to be noticed.
Lately,
Dimensional, differences. We talk about wanting facades to be different. If every building is the same height, all these hotels there on the service drive are the same height, it's not really appealing.
but that's.
I
And
am
here, the
too.
elevation itself, if I want to add, there's a lot of in and out, and there's different materials. So the facade, it doesn't look like one brick building.
I wasn't referring to the hotel, I'm referring to our B-Rod, where it's commercial development down through there, and they're thinking of possibly there could be apartments above the commercial development. At
That
which point,
we
we're
do a
up
lot of-
50 feet, and we're seeing a vertical.
We do a lot of mixed-use project like retail and maybe 3-story apartment. And most of the top apartment, they're usually making them like a fancy apartment. So we recess them to the back, we give them a little bigger opening or veranda.
That's why I don't
want to generalize the items.
for all
yes.
the buildings.
There's a way to separate out things like mixed use versus hotel, if there's a way to do that. The other thing I wanted to point out too is, it keeps coming to mind, there's, we've been having some discussion about a, proposal of design for the northwest corner of Tyler Road and Belleville Road. And how this might impact that, because I've started thinking about that a little bit, because I know that development, we've been looking at a very mixed-use project. And, words like small town feel, or, what does that look like? And this will have an impact. on it.
Uh-huh.
And so if there's some language that might allow for construction to go up higher, which, I mean, I think the first thing you're looking for is the fourth floor dimensionally, right? Because you need the count.
That's right.
And what we're concerned about is that fourth floor vertical dimension, if there's any way to still do something architecturally that will relieve that elevation, not feeling like it's 50 feet tall, straight up from Belleville Road. I think that's what we're looking to do.
But can we look at it to maybe that it's just hotels that have that availability, or are we in a problem if we specify that it's only hotels?
Hotels comes in a different situations.
Of it being specifically for hotels. I mean, I can't think of what else we would
I think
wanna
maybe an apartment potentially might, but
But I would like to see the apartments, if they're going up, when you start to get that high, have some sort of balcony or something up there, or at least a setback that, because it's just. I
But the
just-
apartment, they will never be 40 feet built. It's almost the same thing, but you might like stack them to the back, push them back, yes, recess them.
Mhm.
They still need the same heights for construction reason.
Okay, so,
would you require that from like an office if an office building wanted to utilize that, to have that? Okay.
yeah, because, I mean, if you're, to me, if you're looking at Belleville Road, it's gonna go to only three lanes. And if it develops down through there, you're just gonna see this tunnel of buildings is what I can envision in the future. And I don't know that that's something you want to see.
No, certainly not. I was just, I know when this was originally proposed with the step backs, I think hotels were considered as part of that as well. So I was just trying to make sure there's not some other use that, you know, might also come back in a year and say, well, we also need this. I don't know either. I think that would, it's hard to kind of, you know, predict anything, but, you know, we can go through, I guess, you know, uses allowable in the BROD or the underlying districts to see if, you know, we feel like any of those might trigger a similar thing and present that in addition to draft language.
Yeah, I'm just keep thinking back to your thing. I mean, the first thing I hear is I need 4 stories. I need the unit count. Because
No.
of construction, I need height, right?
Because of the construction, I need height and the
Doesn't necessarily mean we can't keep the setback idea, but maybe
a setback. The
an architectural feature that allows a little relief on the elevation so that
we are adding a lot of relief in and out in the elevation,
we add.
but it's hard for us to do setback for them because
Language could be added to our ordinance and be a requirement for.
you setback, the more you're going to create more stairs, the more the whole approval of the hotel. It's going to be tough with the. If it was like a private building, we can do anything we want. The problem is we're stuck with these guys, and they're kind of limited.
And you're looking at building along Belleville Road?
On the
Oh.
service drive,
Service.
Other
drive.
two,
right next to the other.
Our little hotel district.
yeah.
The hotel district, most of them, they are the same height, or
Okay.
kind of close to it.
Chair.
Yes.
Can I ask, so if we're only, you know, one, maybe another hotel, 3, you know, I guess why are we looking to change the ordinance instead of opposed to like just going for a variance?
That was an option by you guys. We were requested to do that.
I would rather see a variance.
Because the way I see it, if we change our ordinance, as was mentioned, it opens us up to everything else on Belleville Road in the overlay district. If it's just a variance, it's that one property.
Why we said maybe change the order, because you're gonna get some other projects, and you're always gonna end up having the same issue. It's unbuildable with the 40 feet, so.
Well, I would say right now is variance is what
I think the hard part with the variance is the BZA is going to want to find a hardship with the land that makes it undevelopable before, you know, any sort of use or use that they might want. And I think that might be hard because the hardship's really with kind of construction and the economic model of hotels.
Again, I think that we need to like look at other communities that have like had their hotels go up to 55 feet. look and see what they've done. Do they have like a section that is specifically for hotels? Because now you're seeing that more and more where communities are building multiple different kinds of hotels, like it's like a district. And see what they're doing, because we can't stay behind the times and expect to attract these hotels. They're just gonna look at our ordinance online and say, we're moving on. We're not gonna consider. And I like the variation, like right now we have is it 2 hotels there right now?
The project
And
is
they're
2.
all, oh, you're new, you're new.
Existing there right now, there's 3 there.
And they're all 40 feet.
No, there's no 40 feet.
What are they?
If they're 4-story, there's no 40 feet.
Okay, whatever the height is right now, it would be nice to have some variations in there.
Finished 2 hotels, 1 hotel in Plymouth, 1 in Southgate. I had to go through the same thing, and they gave me the height. Because,
But you didn't go through a variance. You didn't go through the BZA. You went to the Planning Commission.
yes,
Correct, okay.
I'd actually like to add on to your comment too, and that is as you're looking to other communities, I think the one thing, and again, I brought up the northwest corner. I think what we need to have a vision for the aesthetics of our community for the future. We need to look ahead a little bit. And what do we expect our community to kind of look like as it develops, especially at that corner, because it's going to be a focal point as things
Because,
move along. So I guess I would look at communities that have that sort of small town feel with buildings that are within the range, in that 50 to 55-foot range to see what they're doing. Maybe bring back some images of that so that we can reference that. I mean, otherwise, you're right, we're just making a decision for the moment. I'd like to see that this really actually has an impact on the future as well.
especially with these 2 hotels, mainly the entrance is mainly like facing the highway or something. So really, it's not like a downtown, or we're getting in a close
Yeah,
situation.
but we still have pride in our community.
We're trying to work with you, but also protect ourselves
The corner
for,
downtown.
That's why I'm here. I'm just talking because, and I want to ask you, the item that came before for the battery, I do a lot of work with the state, and most of the time, the state asks us to get site plan approval from the city or the township, and once you get it, they'll take care of the engineering and other stuff. So because you were worried that they should come back to you, I think most of kind of the items, they have to come back to you because really the city is the one who's giving them water, electricity, so they have to get approval from the township even if they go to the state. I just want you to kind of, because most of the schools I do,
we hope.
the schools I do and the medical centers, we go to the state, but I always have to get approval from the township or the city.
Okay. Well,
All right, so my feeling on it is that I don't remember how many years ago we wrote this setback ordinance, probably about 4, maybe 4 years ago we put it in there. Nobody's used it, right? We don't have a single 4-story hotel with a 10-foot setback, so that tells me that the ordinance itself is probably not real applicable, right? It's probably not a great ordinance. It was well-intended, but if no one's using it, maybe it wasn't the best idea in the world. So getting rid of it or modifying it would make sense to me, because why have an ordinance on the book that's unusable by the people it's intended to be used by? Doesn't make sense to me. However, changing the ordinance takes a long time. It's a process. We'd have to have public hearings at the Planning Commission level. We'd have to have draft ordinance. We'd have to have 4 different discussions because we never do anything in one discussion, right? And then it would have to go up to the township level, and there would be a public hearing there. And we're talking about
Then
next
they-
year
then
sometime
they
you
have
might
to
get your
submit
ordinance
their
changed.
Yep, the whole.
And so, I mean, from a practical standpoint, if this advocate were able to show his unnecessary hardship and practical difficulty due to modern hotel standards and was able to convince the BZA that there was in fact a hardship and that our ordinance is kind of crummy, which is, I mean, no one's used it, so there's kind of some evidence that maybe the ordinance is a little too restrictive and it is an unnecessary hardship. There might be a case there. I'm not gonna make the case for you, obviously, but there might be a case there to take it in front of the BZA, and were the applicant to get a variance to build 50 feet high without the setback, I don't think I'd shed a tear or come back to the BZA with a question of what were you guys thinking, I think I would understand what they were thinking.
Right.
And in the interim, that would be a good solution for an applicant, not just you, any applicant wishing to build a hotel. If they could prove it through the BZA and get the variance, great, that gets the project moving. And if it happens a second time, you know the BZA is going to kick it back to us and say, we don't want it coming back to us a third time, change the ordinance, and then we know it's time to change the
4 years
ordinance.
we haven't had an applicant, but I'll tell you with, what is it? Is there 10 criterias to prove a variance is warranted?
There's a
So
lot.
One of those variances says, modern hotels, you know, we need to accommodate modern hotels or modern architectural or height.
Doesn't say that.
So he's gotta be here and we gotta go through this.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah,
you
I'm
guys,
with you.
But I still
So
say,
let's
go.
Yeah, okay, so what do we want to do? Besides go home and go to sleep? What else?
I do know that when we talked about this before, they talked about the communities where they had applied and they'd gotten variances. And the thing is, if he gets a variance, he can start construction, which is what they wanted to do, rather than go through the whole cycle. And then in the meantime, we're getting the ordinance changed, but he's got a variance so that they can start construction.
That's a,
Is-
that's a,
Hard time
Now,
getting
what
the
you-
variance.
that is what you wanted.
I worry about.
Maybe I worry
BZA
about it.
Saying no, and if they say no,
If they ask me, what's
game
your
over.
hardship?
But
Really,
There were 3 of them that he showed us that is what they did. I think Brownstown
you
did
3
that.
different hotels I
Yeah.
did, yes.
say no, because they're gonna be abiding by those hardships, the 10 hardships that have to be proven. And not just one of them has to be proven, all 10 have to be proven.
Well,
So it's gonna be a flat no.
Well, we're gonna tell
No.
the BZA that we would like them to correct that.
Yeah, but what I worry about too is not only that, then we've set a precedence. Now, not only will a hotel owner come, but a dealership owner will come. They want their facility to be 50 feet high. Then we have we have all these other companies that could follow suit.
But if we maintain it as just a hotel,
I'm talking about the variance. That's
the
it.
variance, yeah.
but you're only varying because it's a hotel.
Well, I'm presuming that we're going to be working on rewriting the ordinance while he's going for a variance, so that whole next person is going to, by the time,
To the variance, he just got told no by Brownstown, Southgate, and who else?
No, he got approved by them.
Plymouth and
He got approved by
I
them.
heard you guys
Approved, I got
denied.
approved, yes.
Oh,
Take your chances.
oh, well, the thing is, it's going to, for him, it's no chance, because he's just speeding up the process, right?
Yeah.
The thing is, even if he gets denied and we change the ordinance, he can come back then.
yeah,
So what do you want to change it to?
I don't live risky. I don't live dangerously. Good luck. That's
I'd be in favor of getting rid of the setback, at least for hotels.
that's,
Yeah.
I'm looking at that.
Yeah, because that's modern architecture. You drive into anybody's hotel district, they all look like that
Yeah.
now.
And plus
our
he's,
hotel district looks like a hotel district. It ought to look new.
plus
Just
you
don't want B-Road.
promise
I just
great
don't want
architecture,
Belleville
right?
Road looking like
Yes.
I think it was
What can
industry
I
standard
do?
is industry standard.
All right, so
have
we
standards.
got kind of a consensus. We should drop we should direct staff to look at dropping the setback requirement for hotels.
Hotels, yes. That's kind of what
The 50 feet, 50 feet
Medina-
then, right? Yeah.
Commissioner Atchison passed along, was the fact to investigate with other communities that have 4-story hotels that are 50 plus. What are they writing? How are they doing it?
Yes, so as I understand the direction of Planning Commission, feel free to correct me, is to look into revised ordinance language that would allow hotels to go up to 50 feet and not require the step back.
higher than 50 feet.
I believe that 50 feet, and then the on top of that would be mechanical equipment. Was their concern go up to 55?
Factor to the building signs.
But it wouldn't be like the actual
yeah.
floors. So, and to research other communities in regards to the hotel height as well as architectural standards, which might take some digging, but we did just get 3 interns, so we'll put them to work.
Yes.
Other elements to soften the building facades besides the one that we have with the 10-foot setback for the 4th floor.
Sure.
So
So did,
it's that our one prescription for softening seems like it's not good. But maybe we should have a prescription for softening that isn't this, but is compatible with modern hotel design. If we could look that up, that'd be cool. I'd be all for it.
Yep. Okay? Thank you. But I recommend you go to the BZA to get this thing moving. It's gonna take us probably
That's
3-4 months to get a change in the ordinance.
Check with the building official, and we'll get their opinions, or whatever we have. And if they
Okay.
didn't give us, I'm gonna come back to you guys.
And you are welcome to, anytime.
Welcome to come back at any point.
Thank you, guys, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that takes us to the end, general discussion and updates. Do we have anything? I see Sheets is putting walls up.
Very quickly, Mr. Chairman, a member of the public brought up Article 4, Section 7 of the Planning Commission ordinance in which he asserted that there might be a 5-minute speaking limit in our rules. I would like to ask staff to please explore if that is the case.
Started looking into it.
Thanks,
And
Dawn.
it is on my agenda for tomorrow and next week to fully look into it and see why it says what it says.
Thank you. When a member of the public brings it up that vehemently, we owe it to him to find out.
Yes.
Yes.
And, no, he didn't. I talked to the officer at the recess.
Through the chair. Yes. I would like to say I did have a company reach out today that we had another scam incident from the previous planning commission meeting. Unfortunately, this one did complete the wire transfer. So I am working with the police department and such to try and help them get their money back and see what we can do to move forward and how they got the information, because we no longer put any of the applicants' information into the packets. But I just wanted to update and let all of you know, anybody that's coming onto the planning commissions now, I'm just going to tell everybody. We stopped warning them because it hadn't been happening. But moving forward, I'm just going to let all applicants know that Dan Power no longer works here. Our email address is not planninguSMI.usa. Anything, we would never ask for a wire transfer. We would never do any of that. So if anybody hears anything, we are looking into it again, still. And I have passed that along to our wonderful police department. And he's going to come up and file with the police department so that he can hopefully send something to his bank to help get his money back. So.
And again,
Only happening to Van Buren Township?
It is not. It is happening everywhere. There is everything that we are sending to our police department. There is a state case that they are working with all over the entire state. This is happening. It's not just here.
Oh, the wire transfer.
Oh, yeah,
so, without any further, I do want to say, although, Mr. Marshall, you sole attendee remaining. I want to pass, I want to pass forth out there to anybody if they're still watching on the camera. Again, I appreciate our audience tonight. For the most part, we're very respectful of any and all conversation that was going on. There were a couple of outbursts, but for the most part, everything was cool and calm compared to the meeting before. And I think that goes to show that when we have our township residents here and represent things, they are a little bit more refined. And I'm not afraid to say that. And with that, I would entertain time to go home, which means
Mr. Chair, I move to adjourn the meeting.
Support.
okay, there it is. And without any discussion, all those in favor signify by aye. Aye. Any opposed? No.